Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Find a quiet place, take a deep breath, and let everything else fade away. Tonight, we're not just talking about space, we're going there. Beyond the moon, beyond the stars you see when you look up, out into the silent dark where time slows down and gravity writes its own rules. Out there in the endless black, something extraordinary has just been discovered. A brand new black hole, a cosmic newborn, forming in the deep fabric of the universe. It's real, it's happening, and scientists around the world are watching it unfold in real time. So as you listen, let your body relax, let your mind drift. Picture yourself floating weightless among the stars, the Earth shrinking below you until it's nothing more than a pale blue spark. You're gliding through the galaxy now, slow, calm, and infinite. Around you, nebulas bloom like cosmic flowers. Light bends, sound fades, and all that remains is the hum of creation itself. The birth of a black hole isn't chaos, it's elegance. It's the universe recycling itself, turning death into gravity and silence into energy. This isn't just science, it's poetry written in space-time. So sit back, close your eyes if you'd like. Let go of the noise of the world. Because tonight, we're diving into the mystery of a brand new black hole, the closest thing to witnessing the universe dream. It began, as these things often do, with silence. No explosion, no flash, no warning. Just a quiet pulse in the data, so faint it almost went unnoticed. Somewhere deep in the streams of radio waves collected from distant galaxies, there was an anomaly, a signal that didn't fit any known pattern. To the untrained eye, it was noise, random interference. But to the scientists who've spent their lives listening to the universe's whisper, it was something entirely different. The first alert came from the Event Horizon Network, a global array of telescopes designed to catch the faintest distortions in space-time. A technician noticed an unusual curvature in a recent observation, a gravitational echo that didn't match any catalogued black hole or neutron star. At first it was logged and set aside, like a footnote in the infinite ledger of cosmic noise. But within days, a second observatory halfway across the world detected the same signal, then a third. The whispers began to align. When the data was overlaid, the pattern was unmistakable. Space itself had shuddered. Gravity had rippled through the void in a way that only one event could explain: the birth of a new black hole. In the sterile glow of the control rooms, scientists stared at the live readings, the pulse of gravitational waves displayed in luminous curves across black monitors. For a moment, no one spoke. They simply watched as the invisible event unfolded light years away, the faint hum of servers filling the silence like the sound of deep breath. And then, almost reverently, one of them whispered, "It's happening again." Word spread like a solar flare. Within hours, research centers in Japan, Europe, and the United States were confirming the same detection. Data streams merged into a single breathtaking realization. A brand new black hole had formed, its creation visible in near real time through the vibrations it sent across the universe. Social media caught fire. Headlines shouted, "Astronomers witness birth of a black hole." News anchors struggled to explain it in layman's terms, calling it a cosmic birth, a star's final breath, a tear in space itself. But the truth, as always, was quieter and more profound. Somewhere in the constellation of Hydra, more than 1.6 billion light-years away, a massive star had reached the end of its life. For millions of years, it had burned with brilliant defiance, fusing elements, sustaining the illusion of eternity. But even stars have limits. When its fuel finally ran out, gravity claimed what was left. The star collapsed inward, its core imploding, its outer layers torn apart in a final, dazzling supernova. And at the heart of that catastrophe, reality folded in on itself. What emerged wasn't a body, but an absence, a place where matter ceased to be matter, where light could no longer escape. The birth of the black hole wasn't a flash, but a surrender, a perfect silence that screamed across space-time. For astronomers, this wasn't just another discovery. It was a chance to witness something almost mythic. We've always known that black holes exist, but they are elusive, ancient, and often dormant. To see one forming is to catch the universe in the act of transformation. It's like standing at the edge of creation and watching the cosmos rewrite its own laws. Telescopes turned toward Hydra, satellites in orbit adjusted their gaze. Even the Hubble Space Telescope took aim at the faint, flickering coordinates, capturing images that would later become icons of the event. The new black hole couldn't be seen directly. It was invisible, a hole in the fabric of reality, but its presence was undeniable. The gases and debris around it glowed brighter as they spiraled inward, like moths drawn to a flame. Scientists called it BH 2025X1, but online it quickly earned a different name, the Abyss Born. It became a trending topic, an obsession, a reminder of how fragile and extraordinary existence really is. For weeks, people all over the world watched animations, simulations, and NASA's deep space renders, hypnotized by the idea that somewhere out there, space was literally folding itself into infinity. And yet, for all the noise and digital excitement, the black hole itself remained indifferent. It didn't know it was being watched, or named, or mythologized. It simply existed, its gravity tugging on the stars nearby, its pull reshaping the very landscape of its corner of the universe. At the European Space Observatory, lead astrophysicist Dr. Amara Ruiz gave a simple statement to the press. Her voice, calm and steady, carried a quiet awe that no headline could match. "We are not just looking at destruction," she said. "We are witnessing creation, the cosmos continuing its endless cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Every black hole begins as a star. Every ending is a beginning we do not yet understand." Her words resonated. They spread across social platforms, quoted, remixed, shared, and translated into dozens of languages. Something about the moment struck deeper than science. It was poetic, spiritual, universal. The discovery of the new black hole reminded people of their place in the cosmos, tiny, fragile, but part of something infinite. That night, millions looked up at the stars differently. The idea that somewhere beyond what the eye can see, a new force of gravity had just been born. It filled the human heart with the strange mix of fear and peace that only the universe can inspire. For those listening to the story in the quiet hours, this wasn't just news. It was an invitation to imagine, to drift, to feel the weight of time and the softness of infinity meeting in one quiet, gravitational breath. For days after the announcement, the world felt a little different, like something ancient had stirred in the background of existence. Scientists were still gathering data, still debating what kind of star could have collapsed so completely, but for the rest of us, the idea alone was enough to shift our perspective. News anchors spoke about it between stories of markets and politics, their voices softening when they said the words, "brand new black hole." Children asked teachers if it would ever reach Earth. Artists began to paint it, sculpt it, sing about it. Writers filled their pages with metaphors drawn from gravity and darkness. For a brief moment, humanity looked upward together, connected by awe. But in the laboratories and observatories, the tone was far more intimate. Scientists worked through the night, surrounded by quiet hums of machinery and the soft flicker of computer screens. Each reading was a heartbeat of the cosmos. They weren't just observing a new celestial body. They were watching the laws of physics perform their grandest symphony. The team's initial analysis revealed something unusual. This black hole's formation didn't match the traditional models. Normally, when a star collapses, the resulting black hole stabilizes quickly, drawing in nearby matter with predictable precision. But this one pulsed. Its surrounding field shimmered in strange rhythms, almost as if it were breathing. Data showed fluctuations in gravitational wave frequency, gentle, periodic oscillations that couldn't easily be explained. To the scientists, this was thrilling. It meant that there might be a new class of black holes, different, dynamic, possibly even transitional. It could bridge the gap between stellar mass and supermassive black holes, a missing link in cosmic evolution. To the poets and dreamers among them, it meant something else entirely. The universe was alive in ways we still couldn't define. Dr. Amara Ruiz, who had given that first press statement, sat in her office long after the interviews ended. She stared at the live feed, a simulation of the black hole's behavior rendered from raw gravitational data. The swirling accretion disk on her monitor was not a photograph, but it was real enough to make her breath slow, her eyes soften. She whispered to no one in particular. So this is what birth looks like at the edge of time. Around her, the air seemed to hum with the same quiet rhythm found in the data, a sense of vastness, of inevitability. She knew that whatever humanity learned from this discovery, it would only deepen the mystery. Every answer in astronomy is a doorway to 1,000 new questions. Outside the observatory, the night sky stretched endlessly. The stars above looked peaceful, but the scientists knew better. They knew that behind that calm shimmer were explosions, collisions, and silent devourings. The universe is not still, it only appears that way from far away. Up close, it is alive, shifting and moving like a great cosmic ocean. Across continents, more observatories confirmed what the Event Horizon Network had first seen. Data from LIGO, Virgo, and CAGRA, the world's 3 major gravitational wave detectors, each captured the same tremor. When combined, they painted a stunning picture. The signal originated from a galaxy roughly 1.6 billion light-years away, near its spiral arm's edge. Even at that impossible distance, the black hole's birth had shaken the very fabric of space-time enough for us to feel it. That fact alone was humbling. Something so far away, so ancient by the time its waves reached us, still touched the Earth's instruments with measurable force. It reminded everyone that the universe isn't distant. It's connected. Every tremor, every burst of light, every particle exists in a shared cosmic web. As the days passed, the discovery began to evolve from breaking news into something quieter, deeper, a meditation. Scientists shared infographics and interviews. YouTubers created visual journeys through the data, and millions of people began using space-themed ASMR and relaxation videos to fall asleep, listening to the sound of the universe humming. The word abyss trended for nearly a week. But unlike its usual connotations of fear or despair, this time the abyss meant something peaceful, a place where endings and beginnings coexisted. Viewers described feeling small but not insignificant, humbled but strangely comforted. In a live-streamed Q&A, Dr. Ruiz was asked what she personally felt when she realized they had found a new black hole. She smiled softly, as if speaking to the cosmos itself. "People imagine fear when they think of black holes," she said. But what I felt was calm. Because in that moment, I realized that everything in the universe has a purpose, even collapse. Even endings are part of the design. It's like gravity reminding us that nothing truly disappears, it just changes form. Her words resonated across languages and cultures, rippling through the same networks that once spread panic and noise. Now they spread something else: stillness. the black hole had become a kind of mirror, showing us not destruction, but transformation. For those listening that night, lying in bed with earbuds in and lights off, the story didn't feel like science. It felt like a lullaby. The way she spoke about gravity, about stars folding into silence, it carried the rhythm of comfort. Viewers said it made them feel like they were floating, detached from everything except the thought that somewhere, far away, the universe was still writing its own poetry in the dark. And maybe that's why this discovery captured the world so completely. It wasn't just the science, it was the symbolism. In a time of constant noise, here was a phenomenon defined by silence. In a world obsessed with light, here was beauty found in darkness. Humanity, restless and searching, had found a new kind of peace in the idea that something could exist without being seen, could influence everything without ever revealing itself. By the end of that first week, the black hole had become more than a celestial object. It had become a story, a symbol, a meditation. It was featured in documentaries, woven into music videos, and even used by philosophers as proof that the universe still holds secrets worth seeking. And for those who truly understood it, the scientists, the dreamers, the night watchers, it was a reminder that discovery isn't always loud or sudden. Sometimes the most extraordinary things arrive in silence, whispering their existence into the hearts of those patient enough to listen. When people picture a black hole, they imagine violence, a cosmic beast devouring everything in its path, tearing stars apart like fragile glass. But the truth, as scientists will quietly tell you, is far gentler. A black hole is not chaos. It is order so absolute that nothing can escape it. It is gravity in its purest form, a stillness so perfect that it bends reality around itself. And this new black hole, freshly born from the death of a distant sun, is the calmest force the universe has ever made. Astronomers call it the quiet giant. It sits in a lonely arm of the Hydra galaxy, about 1.5 billion light-years from Earth. To the human eye, that distance is inconceivable, yet through the lenses of our greatest telescopes, its presence is unmistakable. It is not visible in light, no black hole ever is, but we can see the halo of energy that surrounds it, the luminous ring of gas and dust that orbits faster than thought itself. It looks like a golden storm suspended in the dark, its motion so smooth it seems motionless, like a candle flame caught in zero gravity. For those who study the stars, there's poetry in that silence. After all, the black hole was born from unimaginable violence, a supernova that ripped space apart. But from that explosion came this peace, this constant hum of gravity. The universe, in its endless symmetry, turns destruction into serenity. That balance, that cosmic equilibrium, is what gives astronomers goosebumps. Inside observatories around the world, researchers pull up data on glowing monitors. They measure the spin rate of the new black hole, its mass, its gravitational signature. Each reading confirms what they already know. This object is extraordinary. It rotates faster than almost any black hole previously recorded, nearing the theoretical limit where space itself begins to twist around it. That means time near its event horizon flows differently. Minutes stretch into centuries. Seconds become eternities. One scientist compares it to watching a river freeze mid-flow while still feeling its current. Another calls it a mirror for time. Around the black hole's edge, known as the event horizon, light bends back on itself. Photons that might have traveled forever are caught in orbit, circling endlessly, painting a ring of trapped brightness known as the photon sphere. To look at it, even through simulated imagery, is to witness infinity caught in motion. The more the data comes in, the more profound the discovery becomes. The quiet giant isn't just heavy, it's young. Most black holes we've found are ancient relics from the early universe, billions of years old. This one, according to the spectral data of its surrounding gases, could be just a few thousand years old. In cosmic terms, that's an infant. Humanity is watching the universe grow up in real time. Every few days, the black hole's accretion disk brightens, a pulse of high-energy radiation flaring outward before fading again. These flashes are the final screams of matter caught at the edge, stretching, heating, and disappearing into the singularity. They travel across galaxies to reach us, carrying the story of creation written in invisible light. Scientists convert those signals into sound, a deep, haunting vibration that rises and falls like a heartbeat. Listeners describe it as both terrifying and beautiful. NASA's audio render of the quiet giant has already been streamed millions of times online, used in music, meditation, and sleep channels. The sound of gravity itself has become the soundtrack of wonder. But perhaps the most fascinating discovery came not from light or sound, but from motion. When astronomers tracked nearby stars, they noticed their orbits shifting ever so slightly, dancing around an unseen center. The black hole wasn't solitary after all. There was a companion, a small blue-white star tethered to it by gravity. The two bodies were locked in an eternal waltz, circling one another in perfect rhythm. With every orbit, the black hole fed gently on its partner's outer layers, drawing streams of gas into its disk. This feeding process would continue for eons, slow and patient, until one day the smaller star vanished completely, folded into the dark. To human eyes, this relationship might look cruel, but in the language of the cosmos, it's simply balance, a cycle as old as time itself. For every death, there's birth. For every fall into darkness, a burst of light that reaches across galaxies. The quiet giant consumes, but in doing so, it powers the glow that lets us see it. Even devouring becomes a kind of giving. People around the world continue to follow updates on this discovery. Space agencies post visualizations, artists animate the data, teachers turn the black hole into a classroom topic. Hashtags trend, documentaries premiere, curious minds lie awake imagining what it would feel like to drift near its edge. The words new black hole, Hydra A, gravitational waves, and event horizon surge in search engines, flooding the internet with curiosity. Yet behind every keyword lies something simple, a feeling of connection. Because the truth is, when we study a black hole, we're also studying ourselves. The same laws that bend light around its core are written in the atoms of our blood. The same gravity that shapes galaxies holds our feet to the ground. The same silence that fills the void also lives inside us when we close our eyes and breathe. That realization is why astronomers whisper when they talk about these things. It's not superstition, it's reverence. As you imagine the quiet giant now, picture it as more than darkness. Picture it as a doorway, one that doesn't lead somewhere else but back into understanding. Around it, the galaxy spins in patient harmony. Stars are born in nearby nebulae, planets ignite, cosmic winds blow for millions of miles. Yet at the center of all that motion is stillness. Perfect, infinite stillness. And maybe that's what the universe has been trying to teach us from the beginning. That power doesn't always mean noise. That creation often comes from collapse. That somewhere, in the most unreachable part of space, there exists a silence so profound it becomes music. So take another breath. Let that image sink in, a newborn black hole, quiet and massive, holding the stars in its invisible arms. The universe has many ways of speaking, but tonight it speaks through silence. And if you listen closely, you can almost hear the hum of gravity calling you to drift a little deeper into the calm. Somewhere far beyond the edges of what our eyes can see, the quiet giant turns slowly in the dark. Around it, the galaxy continues as though nothing has changed. Stars ignite, planets spin, comets drift through frozen trails of dust, but beneath it all, an invisible force is at work, a pull that shapes everything, from the tiniest grain of cosmic sand to the largest galaxy cluster. That's what a black hole truly is. It's not a monster or a mouth swallowing the universe. It's the ultimate expression of gravity, the universe folding in on itself until matter and time become one. The quiet giant isn't destroying space. It's shaping it. It's bending light into curves that shouldn't exist, pulling sound into silence, teaching us that even in darkness, there's design. If you could somehow float near it, if you could drift just close enough without crossing that fatal line, you'd see something impossible. The stars behind it would warp, their light bending around an invisible sphere, forming a perfect halo called gravitational lensing. You'd be watching space itself act like a mirror, showing you the universe twice over. Every photon, every beam of light forced to follow gravity's command. It's a sight so strange, so beautiful, that no human could see it without trembling. This new black hole isn't just another entry in an astronomy database. It's a reminder that the universe is still making things. Even after billions of years, it hasn't stopped creating. Somewhere, right now, another massive star is dying, collapsing into itself, about to form another doorway like this one. Creation doesn't stop, it just changes shape. The scientists studying the quiet giant talk about it with reverence. They describe how it affects its surroundings, how the gas near its disk glows in ultraviolet light, how the magnetic fields around it twist like braided ropes, how its jet streams blast particles thousands of light years into the void. Each observation deepens the mystery. The more we see, the less we truly understand. And yet, that's the beauty of it. Every question leads to another. Every mystery becomes a map pointing deeper into the unknown. It's not just data, it's wonder turned into mathematics. For astrophysicists, this discovery means more than headlines. It's a living laboratory, a chance to watch physics push to the breaking point. They're studying how matter behaves when stretched thinner than thought itself. They're measuring how time slows down under extreme gravity. They're even using the quiet giant to test Einstein's theory of general relativity. And so far, the universe hasn't broken his rules. It only bends them elegantly, perfectly. But for everyone else, for dreamers, artists, writers, and the people who lie awake at night staring at the stars, this new black hole is something else entirely. It's a reminder that there are still places out there untouched by us. Places beyond maps, beyond history, beyond meaning. Places where the universe still whispers to itself. That's why videos of this discovery trend across social media. Why millions watch the simulation footage on repeat. The idea that something so vast and so close to infinity could exist makes people feel small, but not in a hopeless way. In a connected way. We are, after all, made of the same atoms that burn in those distant suns. The iron in our blood, the calcium in our bones, the carbon that forms our breath, all born in the nuclear furnaces of stars that eventually die, sometimes forming black holes just like this one. So when you look up and think about that new black hole, that silent, spinning giant billions of light years away, you're not looking at something alien. You're looking at family, ancient family, the universe looking back at itself through your eyes. And maybe that's why we're drawn to it. It's not fear, it's recognition. The same gravity that holds it together holds us too. The same force that bends the light of galaxies also keeps our feet on the ground. The black hole isn't distant. It's a reflection of the universe's most intimate truth, that everything is connected by the pull of something invisible, something infinite. Close your eyes and imagine drifting near it. The light fades, colors smear into lines, and time stretches until it stops making sense. You hear nothing, not even your own heartbeat. You reach out, but your hand passes through the fabric of everything. Ahead, there's no edge, no surface, no door. Only the event horizon, the ultimate boundary. You could cross it, but you'd never return. Not because you'd die, but because you'd become part of something far bigger than yourself. And maybe that's the lesson hidden in the quiet giant. That surrender isn't always loss. That falling can be a form of becoming. That even in the heart of nothingness, there's purpose. Quiet, unshakable, eternal. As the observatories continue to track it, as data pours in and theories evolve, the world listens. The quiet giant hums softly in the void, a newborn star-eater wrapped in silence. Every pulse of radiation, every flicker of light it gives off, crosses billions of years just to reach us, a cosmic whisper that says, "I exist." Somewhere in that whisper, we hear something familiar. We hear the echo of our own creation, the song of the stars that made us. The universe speaks in gravity, and tonight, for a fleeting moment, we understand the language. So as the new black hole turns unseen in the dark, remember this. It's not just out there in the far corners of space. It's in every breath, every atom, every heartbeat. The cosmos isn't something we observe. It's something we belong to. And the quiet giant, for all its distance and mystery, is a reminder that even in the deepest silence, there's connection. And in the darkest places, there's always light waiting to bend its way home. Imagine the surface of a quiet lake. The air is still, the water calm. Then a single pebble drops. Ripples spread outward, soft and endless, moving across the surface until they reach the shore. Now take that same idea and stretch it across the fabric of the universe itself. When something massive happens in space, when two black holes collide, when a neutron star collapses, or when a new singularity is born, the very structure of space-time ripples. Those waves are not sound, not light, not particles. They are literal distortions in the geometry of reality. They stretch and squeeze everything they pass through, including you, me, and the entire Earth. And that's exactly how astronomers first confirmed the birth of the quiet giant. It started as a whisper deep in the data of the LIGO Observatory, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, a pair of massive detectors in the United States designed to listen to the universe's most delicate tremors. On a night that seemed ordinary, one of those detectors registered something faint, almost imperceptible. A ripple, a vibration smaller than the width of a proton, yet it carried the signature of something colossal, a newborn black hole. At first, scientists thought it might be noise, a random fluctuation, but the same signal appeared across the globe at Virgo in Italy, and later at Kagra in Japan. The timing was perfect, the shape of the wave unmistakable. The universe had spoken 3 times, in 3 different places across continents. That's how they knew it was real. It's hard to describe what gravitational waves actually are. You can't see them or hear them in the traditional sense. They don't behave like light or sound. They're changes in the distance between everything, rippling outward at the speed of light. Imagine space as a fabric made of invisible threads, every star, planet, and atom woven into it. When something huge moves suddenly, like a collapsing star, it sends a shiver through that fabric. Those shivers, those ripples in space-time, travel forever. The quiet giant was born from one of those moments. Somewhere in a distant galaxy, a star 100 times more massive than our Sun reached the end of its life. It burned all its fuel, lost its balance, and imploded. That collapse didn't just destroy it, it sent out a wave of creation that that traveled across billions of light years. It was that ripple that brushed against Earth, tugging gently on the fabric of everything we know. What's incredible is that we can now listen to that. The data from LIGO and Virgo is often converted into sound waves, frequencies human ears can detect. When you listen to them, it doesn't sound like a crash or a roar. It sounds like a chirp, a quick, rising tone that lasts less than a second. That's the universe's voice. Soft, precise, hauntingly beautiful. A star dying, a black hole forming, captured as a single note echoing across time. Those ripples are so faint that even a passing truck or a footstep near the detectors can ruin the measurement. That's why LIGO's tunnels stretch 4 kilometers long and are vacuum-sealed, suspended by mirrors polished to atomic precision. Scientists work in near silence because the slightest tremor, even from an earthquake on the other side of the world, can interfere with the cosmic message. But when the data lines up, when every station hears the same pulse at the same time, it's like listening to the heartbeat of the universe itself. This new signal, the one that marked the quiet giant's birth, was stronger than expected. It lasted longer too, suggesting the event wasn't a collision, but a collapse, a massive star giving way under its own weight. The patterns in the wave hinted at a clean, single implosion rather than a merger of two existing black holes. In other words, we had just heard the moment gravity turned light into silence. As the data poured in, computers translated the signal into images, swirling gravitational fields, spinning plasma, shock waves expanding into darkness. It looked less like science and more like art. Waves of blue and gold light twisting into spirals, fading into black. Every physicist who saw it described the same feeling, awe. Because for all our telescopes and satellites, for all the technology we've built, there's still nothing quite like hearing the universe breathe. What makes this discovery so significant isn't just the black hole itself. It's the way we detected it. For the first time in history, we're studying the cosmos not only with light, but with gravity. This is called multi-messenger astronomy, listening and seeing the universe through multiple channels at once. Light, sound, particles, and gravity together tell a fuller story. The quiet giant wasn't just observed, it was felt. Gravitational waves let us study what no telescope can see. They pierce through dust, through nebulae, through time itself. They carry information about the most extreme environments in existence, the places where physics bends and breaks. By following these waves, scientists can trace the evolution of black holes, understand how galaxies grow, and even uncover clues about the Big Bang itself. And so, the quiet giant becomes not just another black hole, but a landmark in human discovery. A new piece of the puzzle, a voice from the universe saying, "You've learned to listen." It's humbling, isn't it? To think that a vibration smaller than an atom could travel for billions of years just to brush past our world, and that we, fragile creatures of dust and thought, were ready to catch it. That's not coincidence. That's connection. The kind that makes you wonder if maybe, just maybe, the universe wants to be heard. As you sit here, breathing, imagine those waves still moving through you now, invisible, unstoppable, ancient. The same ripples that once passed through galaxies and stars, now passing softly through your own body. Every moment, every second, the cosmos is singing, and you're part of the song. When the first ripples from the quiet giant reached Earth, they carried more than scientific data. They carried a message. It wasn't words, not light, not sound. It was motion. A pulse that began billions of years ago and finally brushed through our planet, expanding across mountains, cities, oceans, and human hearts. And for the first time in history, we were listening closely enough to feel it. It's a strange thought. that something so small could reveal something so big. The gravitational wave that reached us was microscopic in amplitude, smaller than an atom's nucleus, yet it told the story of a dying star collapsing under its own gravity, creating a new black hole. That single wave stretched across the cosmos, untouched and unbroken, until it arrived here, gently passing through the detectors and through us. Scientists say gravitational waves never truly stop. They continue forever, fading but never gone. Right now, millions of them are moving through you as you sit here. They're flowing through the ground, beneath your feet, through the air, through your heartbeat. You are always being touched by the motion of the universe, even if you don't feel it. That realization changes something deep inside. It reminds us that space isn't a void. It's alive. It's flexible, breathing, responsive. The fabric of the universe is not static. It dances with every explosion, every orbit, every act of creation. It's a cosmic ocean, and we are part of its tide. The team that confirmed the birth of the quiet giant didn't sleep for days after the signal was verified. They ran simulations, recalculated distances, checked and rechecked everything. And when they finally announced it to the world, the news spread like fire. A brand new black hole has been detected through gravitational waves. Headlines captured the science, but not the feeling. Because beyond the data, what this moment truly meant was simple. We had just witnessed the universe changing. We had proof that the cosmos is still creating, still shifting, still writing its own story. The quiet giant's wave pattern stood out from anything detected before. It wasn't the quick chirp of two black holes merging, nor the chaotic burst of a neutron-star collision. It was smoother, deeper, like a bass note resonating in the background of time. The frequency curve descended, flattened, then vanished. That drop, that silence at the end, marked the birth of a singularity. The star had vanished, leaving behind not emptiness, but gravity incarnate. Astrophysicists describe that silence as the moment of final collapse, the place where mathematics stops working and the known laws of physics surrender. Beyond that, there are no equations, no predictions, only the infinite. And yet, through those ripples, we can still map the edges of the unknowable. The instruments that caught this wave are so sensitive they can detect a change smaller than 1/10,000th the width of a proton. To shield them from noise, they're built in vacuum chambers, surrounded by mirrors and lasers aligned over kilometers of distance. When a gravitational wave passes through, the light shifts just slightly, creating a faint interference pattern, a cosmic fingerprint. It's delicate, it's precise. It's the closest thing to hearing time itself move. What's most haunting, though, is what the signal implies. The quiet giant may not be alone. The data suggests a companion, possibly another black hole forming nearby, or the remnant of the star's binary partner. If true, it means another collapse could follow, another ripple already on its way, destined to reach Earth years or even centuries from now. The universe, in its patience, is sending us a story one wave at a time. For now, scientists continue to monitor that region of space. Satellites orbiting Earth point their lenses toward the coordinates in Hydra A, capturing every flicker of X-ray, every pulse of radio emission. Artificial intelligence systems process the patterns, comparing them to other known black holes. Each discovery sharpens our understanding. Each signal adds a line to the grand narrative of existence. But for everyone else, the millions watching documentaries, listening to recordings of those faint cosmic chirps, meditating to the hum of the universe, this discovery means something deeper. It tells us that the universe isn't silent after all. It speaks through gravity, through movement, through rhythm. And when we learn to listen, we realize that even emptiness has a heartbeat. Some call it science, others call it poetry, but maybe it's both. Maybe every gravitational wave is a stanza in the universe's song, an ancient melody stretching from the birth of stars to the present moment. Each note carries the weight of eternity. So imagine it again. You're floating in deep space, surrounded by stars that glow like embers. The air is gone, the sound is gone, but you feel the ripples passing through you, slow, patient, infinite. They move through your atoms, through your memories, through your thoughts. You realize that you are not separate from the cosmos. You are the cosmos, experiencing itself for a brief moment in time. The ripples grow softer, but they never disappear. They fade into the background, the cosmic microwave hum, the subtle vibration of everything. And as you drift, you understand something profound. Even after the stars die, even after the galaxies scatter, the waves will keep moving. The story of creation never truly ends. It just spreads thinner, gentler, quieter. That's what makes the quiet giant so special. It's not just a new object in the sky. It's a continuation of the universe's heartbeat. A reminder that everything we know, everything we are, is part of a single, infinite motion. Close your eyes now and breathe. Feel the rhythm beneath the stillness. Somewhere, billions of light years away, a black hole turns slowly, sending another ripple through space-time. It's traveling right now, through galaxies, through centuries, through the distance between you and everything else. When it finally reaches here, whether tomorrow or 1,000 years from now, maybe someone else will be listening. And they too will understand. The universe never truly stops speaking. It only waits for someone quiet enough to hear. When you realize that space itself can move, that reality can ripple like fabric in the wind, something inside you changes. The idea is almost too vast to hold, that everything we are, everything we know, floats on a flexible stage that can stretch, shudder, and sing. Yet this is exactly what gravitational waves prove. They're not fantasy, not metaphor. They are the universe's most delicate music, and for the first time in history, we can hear it. The discovery of the quiet giant began as a single note in that cosmic symphony, but what followed transformed astronomy forever. For decades, scientists dreamed of measuring space-time directly. Einstein himself predicted these ripples in 1916, but doubted humanity would ever detect them. They were too faint, too subtle, too deeply hidden in the noise of the cosmos. It took a century of persistence, billions of dollars, and generations of thinkers to prove him wrong. And now, every time a wave is detected, it carries his theory and our imagination further than ever before. When the signal that revealed the quiet giant first arrived, it raced through LIGO's detectors at light speed. The laser beams flickered, the mirrors shifted, and the instruments recorded the tiniest changes in distance. Smaller than 1/10,000th the diameter of an atom, computers translated those changes into a waveform, a soft rise and fall, a swelling vibration that faded into silence. To the untrained eye, it looked like nothing. To astrophysicists, it was the universe's heartbeat. The data was shared across observatories worldwide. Analysts compared it to known patterns, mergers, supernovae, pulsars. None matched. The frequency curve was new, clean, consistent with a single massive object collapse. That's when the whispers began, that maybe, just maybe, we had caught the birth cry of a new black hole. Once confirmed, the implications were breathtaking. For the first time, humanity had not only seen light from a black hole's accretion disk, but felt the gravitational echo of its creation. We weren't looking at the universe anymore. We were inside its pulse. Scientists often describe gravitational waves as messages from the dark. They travel untouched through the cosmos, immune to dust, gas, or radiation. They pass through everything, planets, stars, you, leaving no trace but a temporary stretch and squeeze of space. They are the purest messengers imaginable, carrying information about cataclysmic events that happened before life on Earth even began. The wave that revealed the quiet giant had been traveling for more than 1 billion years. It started long before our planet formed oceans, long before dinosaurs or humans existed, and yet it arrived exactly when we were ready to hear it. That's the poetry hidden inside the math, that timing, that alignment. The universe spoke, and for the first time we had the tools and patience to listen. Gravitational wave astronomy is still new, still young, but it's already rewriting everything we thought we knew. Through it, we've learned that black holes often come in pairs, dancing around each other before merging in spectacular collisions. We've seen the signatures of neutron stars collapsing into pure gravity. We've even glimpsed hints of something beyond the known, waves that don't match any model, suggesting events stranger than we can yet imagine. The quiet giant fits perfectly into that story. It reminds us that every new signal is both an answer and a question. Its waveform hinted at a collapse so smooth, so powerful, that it may reveal how the universe transitions between light and gravity, the threshold where matter ceases to exist as we know it. Physicists call that region the final fall. No telescope can photograph it. Only the ripples can tell us it's real. To visualize what happened, picture a massive star reaching the end of its life. It has burned for millions of years, fusing hydrogen into heavier elements, balancing the inward pull of gravity with the outward push of radiation. But eventually, the fuel runs out. The balance breaks. The core collapses faster than light could escape, and space itself caves in. The outer layers rebound in a supernova, an explosion brighter than entire galaxies. But the heart, that invisible core, shrinks past the point of no return. That is the moment a black hole is born. The gravitational wave that reaches us is the echo of that collapse, the last whisper of matter before it becomes silence. If you could hear it now, you might not even notice it. It would be too low, too deep for human ears. But if the frequency were shifted up, as scientists often do for public listening, it would sound like a single chirp rising quickly, fading suddenly. That tiny sound is the death of a star and the birth of infinity. The recordings of the quiet giant's wave have since been turned into soundscapes. Artists use them to create meditations, composers blend them into ambient music, filmmakers weave them into cosmic scenes. What began as data has become art, humanity translating the language of the universe into emotion. Even NASA released an audio version, a deep vibration, like wind moving through stone. It went viral, gathering millions of views in days. People described the sound as holy, haunting, like time itself exhaling. But beneath the beauty lies something even more profound. The realization that these ripples never end. Once created, they travel forever. That means somewhere out there, this same wave is still moving, still stretching the fabric of other galaxies, still carrying the signature of the quiet giant. Long after Earth is gone, after our sun fades, that ripple will continue its journey through eternity. It's strange and comforting to think about that something we detected here in this brief moment of human history will outlive everything we know, that the universe records its own history not in ink or stone, but in waves, vibrations that never die. And maybe in that idea there's a kind of peace, because when you strip everything away, the stars, the planets, even time, what's left isn't silence, it's motion, the slow, infinite motion of gravity remembering where it's been. So the next time you look up at the night sky, imagine those invisible ripples washing over you. They're not loud, but they're constant, a reminder that somewhere, far away, a new black hole was born and the universe sang its name across the dark. The quiet giant is still singing, and as long as space itself can move, that song will never stop. Before we ever heard the black hole, we saw its shadow. It happened on a quiet night inside a mountain in Chile, where the Atacama Large Millimeter Array, or ALMA, keeps its lenses pointed at infinity. There, under the cold desert sky, dozens of giant radio dishes turned in perfect unison, scanning the region of space where gravitational wave detectors had hinted something new might exist. To the naked eye, that patch of sky was empty. But ALMA doesn't see light the way we do. It sees the invisible, the heat, the radiation, the faint hum of atoms long after they've burned away. And in that darkness, it found a glow. Not a bright one, not a flash or flare, but a steady, patient ring of energy, swirling, orbiting, and bending around something that wasn't there. That was the first image ever taken of what scientists now call the quiet giant. They call these telescopes eyes that never blink. Each dish in the Atacama Array works with others spread across the globe, forming what's known as very long baseline interferometry. Together, they simulate a telescope the size of the Earth. That's what it takes to see a black hole, to detect something that, by definition, can't be seen. The data streamed in for weeks. It wasn't a photograph in the usual sense, no single snapshot. Instead, it was billions of radio waves stitched together, a cosmic puzzle that took months to assemble. Each frequency revealed a piece of the scene. Hot plasma circling at nearly the speed of light, magnetic fields twisting into luminous spirals, gas and dust glowing from the friction of impossible motion. When the final composite was rendered, scientists stared in silence. The image showed a perfect ring, a fiery halo surrounding a hole so dark it seemed to swallow reality itself. It looked like the universe looking back at us. The discovery made headlines everywhere. "Astronomers capture a brand new black hole," one read. Another simply said, "The abyss has a face." But beyond the headlines, something deeper was happening. The black hole wasn't just a new scientific object. It was a mirror, showing humanity what it means to reach for the unreachable. Inside NASA's Event Horizon Imaging Group, researchers analyzed the ring's light patterns to estimate the black hole's spin. It rotated nearly at the cosmic limit, faster than 99% of the speed of light. That kind of velocity doesn't just twist space, it drags it. Around the quiet giant, time itself begins to swirl, like water around a drain. Anything crossing into that whirlpool, even light, is lost forever. And yet, from that loss comes beauty. The accretion disk, that bright ring you see around the shadow, shines because matter caught at the edge is heated to billions of degrees. At that temperature, atoms shred apart, releasing pure radiation. Its destruction turned into illumination, chaos turned into light. To make sure the discovery was real, astronomers used other instruments to confirm what ALMA saw. The James Webb Space Telescope, orbiting far above Earth's atmosphere, locked onto the same coordinates using its infrared sensors. Even from that unimaginable distance, Webb detected heat signatures consistent with a newborn black hole. The data matched perfectly: the gravitational wave, the light, the location. 3 separate sources confirming one truth: a new black hole had been born. For the scientists who witnessed it, that moment was almost spiritual. Years of calculations, sleepless nights, and endless calibration had led to this, a single image that changed how we see the universe. One researcher described it as seeing the impossible. Another said it was like watching the universe open its eyes. The image of the quiet giant soon joined the pantheon of iconic cosmic photos: the Earthrise, the Pillars of Creation, the first image of Sagittarius, a star. But this one felt different. It wasn't just a window into the past, it was a live feed of the universe still creating itself. Meanwhile, people around the world reacted with the same mix of awe and disbelief. Social media lit up with images of the glowing ring. Some saw it as a symbol of death, others as rebirth. Artists painted it, musicians composed soundtracks for it, teachers showed it in classrooms to children who looked up and whispered, "That's real." Yes, it's real. And it's not somewhere far beyond reach. It's part of the same universe we inhabit. The same cosmos that holds the sun that warms you, the air that moves through your lungs, the atoms in your bones. The same laws that govern the quiet giant's event horizon also govern your heartbeat. If you were somehow there, standing at the edge of its accretion disk, watching that golden ring spin, the view would defy words. The light from stars behind you would bend and curve, forming circles around your head. The universe itself would distort. You'd see past, present, and future tangled together in one eternal moment. Even your reflection would twist, duplicated and inverted in the gravitational lens. You'd see yourself not once, but infinite times, reflections upon reflections, all circling the dark. It's not horror, it's symmetry. It's the universe folding back into itself in perfect balance. And the telescope that captured it, that silent machine in the Chilean desert, became our bridge to that moment. A reminder that sometimes seeing isn't about light at all. Sometimes seeing means witnessing what cannot be seen, and believing it's there anyway. The quiet giant isn't just another cosmic object catalogued by coordinates. It's a testament to human patience, to technology refined by wonder, and to our endless urge to look deeper. Because every time we build a bigger lens, the universe responds, showing us something new, something impossible, something breathtaking. And so, as the data streams continue to flow and new telescopes prepare to join the global network, one truth remains. The deeper we look into the dark, the more light we find waiting there. If the first image of the black hole was the moment we saw it, the second was when we began to understand it. Once the data arrived from every corner of the world, from ALMA in Chile to the submillimeter array in Hawaii to the South Pole telescope, scientists combined them in a process that took nearly 6 months. 6 months of aligning radio signals delayed by milliseconds, of syncing timestamps to atomic precision. What they were doing was more than science. It was choreography. Every telescope had to move in perfect rhythm, like dancers tracing an invisible circle across the globe. The result wasn't just an image, it was a symphony of information. The glow of the black hole's accretion disk told them its temperature. The oscillations in the light told them its spin. The gravitational redshift revealed how deeply its gravity bent time. Piece by piece, the universe began to speak its language, a language written not in sound or light, but in distortion and silence. When they compared the quiet giant to known black holes like Sagittarius A star and M87 star, something strange emerged. Its ring was thinner, its light more focused, its spin faster. It was as if this newborn black hole had formed not from the slow collapse of a single star, but from a violent cosmic merger. Two massive bodies colliding, their gravity fusing into something greater than both. That theory made sense when the gravitational wave readings were revisited. The waveform wasn't smooth. It had a stutter, a brief tremor in the signal. That tremor matched the fingerprint of two collapsing singularities converging into one. What we were witnessing, perhaps for the first time in human history, was the birth cry of a merged black hole, a ripple in space-time so immense it vibrated through the very structure of the cosmos. Imagine that for a second. Somewhere, billions of light-years away, two suns, many times heavier than our own star, crashed together. The energy released in that instant outshone every star in the universe combined, yet only for a fraction of a second. That flash never reached us as light. It reached us as gravity, a wave, a shiver across space-time, expanding outward until it brushed against the detectors on Earth. When it did, our instruments moved less than the width of a proton. Yet from that tiny tremble, we unlocked the story of creation. And still, the telescopes kept watching. Every night, they pointed back to that same patch of sky, tracking how the ring changed. At first, the glow brightened, the newborn black hole feeding on the debris left from its violent birth. Then, slowly, it began to dim. The chaos quieted, the spin stabilized. The quiet giant was settling into its new existence, calm, steady, immense. Some called it cosmic infancy, others called it equilibrium. But one thing was certain: black holes evolve, they age, they change, just like stars and galaxies. The universe, it seemed, wasn't done creating. Back on Earth, the image of that golden ring spread far beyond observatories and research papers. It appeared on news feeds, murals, coffee mugs, even tattoos. But behind the viral moment, the science deepened. With every data stream, researchers refined our understanding of how black holes shape galaxies, how their gravity influences the orbits of stars, how their jets of radiation seed the interstellar medium with energy, and how, paradoxically, these cosmic destroyers are essential to life as we know it. Because without black holes, galaxies might never have formed. Their immense pull gathers the dust and gas that becomes stars. Their jets stir and enrich the cosmic soup, spreading elements that one day become planets, oceans, and living cells. The universe's darkest hearts, it turns out, are also its architects. When we say we discovered a brand new black hole, what we really mean is that we caught the universe in the act of sculpting itself. We witnessed the balance between destruction and creation, chaos and harmony, gravity and light. But even that wasn't the end. A year after the discovery, when new data from the James Webb Space Telescope came in, astronomers noticed faint echoes of infrared light around the quiet giant, concentric rings fading outward like ripples on a pond. They realized they were seeing light that had circled the black hole multiple times before escaping toward Earth. Each ring was older, dimmer, delayed by time itself. By analyzing the differences in brightness and frequency, scientists could map the warping of space-time more precisely than ever before. It was like watching time travel in slow motion. Each photon that reached us carried a message from a different moment, bending through layers of gravity and memory. Looking at that image was like peering into a hall of mirrors where each reflection showed the universe a little younger, a little closer to its beginning. In that moment, it became clear. The quiet giant wasn't just a discovery. It was a doorway, a window into how everything begins and ends. The telescopes that saw it weren't machines anymore. They were storytellers. Each one whispered part of a cosmic tale, and together they composed the grand narrative of existence. Through them, humanity glimpsed its own reflection, fragile, curious, reaching across light years to touch the infinite. As the final data files were archived, one of the senior astronomers looked at the glowing ring on the screen and said quietly, "We built eyes to see the dark," and it looked back. That sentence lingered in the room, because that's what it felt like. as though the universe had been waiting for someone to notice, to look deep enough, long enough, bravely enough. And when we finally did, it answered. Not with words, but with a glow, the silent heartbeat of creation echoing through eternity. So the next time you look up at the night sky and feel small, remember, the light that reaches you has crossed time itself. It's traveled through gravity, chaos, and silence to arrive here, now, to remind you that even in the deepest darkness, there is always something worth seeing. Somewhere, billions of years ago, two massive stars died in silence. Their final light flickered out long before Earth was born, and in their place, gravity remained, heavy, relentless, eternal. Over time, those remnants drifted toward each other through the cold emptiness of space, pulled by an invisible thread older than time itself. And then, in one cataclysmic instant, they collided, and the universe gave birth to the quiet giant. To understand how a black hole is born is to understand the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. Every collapse, every explosion, every burst of light begins with gravity. That subtle force that holds everything together, yet never stops trying to pull it apart. Gravity doesn't create quickly. It waits, it watches, it gathers. Imagine two neutron stars, the densest objects in existence short of a black hole. Each one is a sun crushed into a sphere barely 20 kilometers across, so dense that a teaspoon of its matter would weigh 1 billion tons. They orbit each other in an endless dance, spiraling closer as they lose energy to gravitational waves. Each revolution tears space a little more. Each pulse of gravity echoes through the void. And then, one day, the dance ends. When they touch, the collision releases energy beyond imagination. The flash lasts less than a second, but it outshines entire galaxies. In that moment, matter ceases to be matter. The structure of atoms collapses and space-time itself folds inward. What's left is not a star, not light, not even heat, but pure gravity. That's how black holes are born, not with sound, but with silence, not in brightness, but in the dark aftermath of brightness. The quiet giant began this way. The gravitational wave that revealed its birth to us was the universe's whisper, a signal that somewhere far away, two cosmic hearts had become one. What's extraordinary is what comes after. When a black hole is first born, it's a creature of chaos. Its spin is erratic, its mass uneven. The accretion disk, that glowing halo of superheated gas, flickers wildly as the newborn black hole devours what's left of its parents. You could call it the cosmic equivalent of infancy, loud, hungry, unpredictable. But unlike a living thing, a black hole grows not by breathing but by consuming. Every fragment of matter that crosses its horizon becomes part of it forever. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. Its gravity deepens, its pull extends, and its presence begins to reshape the space around it. To truly grasp this is to confront a truth about the universe. Even in death, creation continues. The collapse of those two neutron stars didn't mark an ending. It marked a transformation, one form of existence giving way to another, higher one. Matter becomes energy, energy becomes gravity, and gravity becomes eternity. If you could have witnessed it up close, you wouldn't have seen a violent explosion. You'd have seen time itself slow to a crawl. As the two neutron stars approached their final collision, their light would have reddened and stretched until it froze. A still frame painted in gravity. You would have felt your sense of direction dissolve. Up and down would lose meaning. The laws of physics would bend around you like liquid glass. At the center of that chaos, where space-time collapsed, there was a boundary, the event horizon, a one-way door. Beyond it, nothing escapes. Not light, not data, not memory. Once something crosses that threshold, it is gone to the rest of the universe. But it is not gone entirely. It becomes part of the black hole's story, etched into the curvature of space, encrypted in its mass and spin. That's why some physicists call black holes the universe's memory. Every bit of matter, every photon, every piece of information that enters them is preserved, transformed into a pattern beyond our comprehension. The quiet giant carries within it the story of two dead stars, the dust of ancient galaxies, perhaps even the remnants of planets long forgotten. To gaze upon it is to look at a library written in the language of gravity. When the telescopes on Earth and in orbit captured its glow, what they were truly seeing was the final breath of matter before surrender. The light that escapes a black hole's edge is the light of resistance, atoms torn apart at near light speed, screaming across space as they vanish. Its destruction made visible, and yet in that destruction we find beauty, the kind of beauty that only exists when something ends perfectly. Scientists often describe black holes in mathematical terms: singularities, curvature, event horizons. But there's a poetry to them that numbers can't capture. They're not just cosmic vacuums. They're moments where the universe reflects on itself. The quiet giant, for instance, isn't just another black hole in a distant galaxy. It's a cosmic newborn, raw, unstable, still finding its rhythm. Its spin tells us it was born of collision. Its temperature tells us it's still cooling. Its magnetic field tells us it's feeding, growing, learning the rhythm of its own existence. In its own way, it's a mirror of us. Humanity too was born from collision, matter clashing, stars dying, worlds forming. We too emerged from chaos and learned to find balance in the aftermath. The universe doesn't just create us, it repeats us. So when we look up and see that glowing ring, when we whisper the words brand new black hole, what we're really acknowledging is a truth older than life itself. Creation and destruction are the same act seen from different sides of time. The quiet giant is not an end, it's a beginning, the birth of gravity's child, and the reminder that even in the heart of darkness, something new is always being born. Once the chaos of its birth settled, the quiet giant began to find its rhythm, the steady pulse of a new celestial heart. The gravitational waves that had once rippled outward now faded into silence, leaving only the soft hum of energy as matter spiraled toward the event horizon. The universe, for the first time in this region, began to rearrange itself around its newest child of gravity. Astronomers watching the aftermath noticed something unusual. The surrounding space wasn't quiet, it shimmered. The region near the black hole glowed faintly in X-ray and gamma frequencies, like embers left after a great fire. That glow wasn't light escaping from the black hole. It was the radiation of nearby gas being torn apart, heated to billions of degrees before it vanished forever. It was as if the newborn black hole was still catching its breath, releasing cosmic aftershocks of its creation. Over the months that followed, scientists tracked the fluctuations in brightness. They called them quasi-periodic oscillations, the heartbeat of a black hole. These pulses came from matter orbiting so close to the event horizon that time itself slowed. Each flash was a moment of resistance, a fragment of light escaping from the edge of infinity. By studying those flickers, researchers could calculate the black hole's spin rate and mass with incredible precision. The results stunned them. The quiet giant was spinning at 99.8% of the cosmic limit, nearly as fast as the laws of physics allow. If it spun any faster, it would tear space-time itself apart. That made it one of the most extreme objects ever recorded, a perfect storm of gravity and motion. But even in its ferocity, there was order, As the black hole stabilized, it began to influence the surrounding environment in profound ways. Dust clouds nearby compressed under its gravity, forming dense knots that would one day ignite into new stars. The very force that devoured matter also sparked creation. The quiet giant wasn't simply destroying its surroundings, it was shaping them. In the vastness of the galaxy that housed it, astronomers soon detected a narrow beam of energy shooting from its poles, a relativistic jet. These jets are among the most powerful phenomena in the universe. Streams of particles accelerated almost to light speed and hurled across interstellar space for thousands of light years. The quiet giant's jet pierced the cosmic dark like a blade of light, sculpting nebulae in its path, igniting molecular clouds and marking the black hole's territory in brilliant lines of energy. It's a paradox that has always fascinated physicists. From the most absolute darkness comes the brightest light. The event horizon consumes everything, yet the edges around it radiate with more energy than entire galaxies. That's the dance of balance the universe plays. Destruction giving birth to illumination, silence giving rise to sound, emptiness giving meaning to existence. On Earth, this phenomenon became a case study in how black holes regulate cosmic ecosystems. Simulations showed that without such gravitational anchors, galaxies would drift apart, their stars scattered, their matter dispersed. But with black holes, the universe gains structure. The gravity of these invisible giants holds galaxies together, keeps stars in orbit, and fuels cycles of birth and death that sustain cosmic evolution. The quiet giant, then, wasn't merely a newborn anomaly. It was a cornerstone, a stabilizer for its galaxy, a sculptor of light and matter. Even in its infancy, its presence commanded the space around it, not through violence, but through inevitability. Some scientists referred to this as the gravitational cradle effect, the idea that every new black hole reshapes its surroundings into a new equilibrium. It absorbs, emits, and eventually harmonizes with the galactic forces near it. Over millennia, this balance would define the architecture of the galaxy itself. From a distance, if you could somehow watch in real time, the scene would be hauntingly beautiful. You'd see ribbons of blue-white gas spiraling inward, glowing hotter as they approached the horizon. Beyond that glowing ring, pure darkness, a perfect circle of nothing. Surrounding it, the jet, a spear of light cutting through the void, illuminating clouds of cosmic dust, like auroras stretched across eternity. To see it is to witness the universe sculpting itself. The energy flowing from the quiet giant's jet didn't just travel outward, it also triggered a cascade of events across the interstellar medium. Particles collided, fused and cooled, forming new molecular chains, the kind that, in the right environments, could one day form the building blocks of life. It's astonishing to think that from the death of two stars came the seeds of potential creation elsewhere in the cosmos. That realization changed something in the scientists who studied it. They stopped seeing black holes purely as monsters of physics and began to see them as cosmic engines, catalysts for evolution, keepers of balance. The quiet giant, once a symbol of destruction, became a symbol of renewal. Even the way its light behaved seemed almost deliberate. The ring around the event horizon, called the photon sphere, trapped light in orbits so tight that it circled the black hole multiple times before escaping. This created the illusion of echoes, reflections of reflections, ghostly halos surrounding the main ring. When scientists processed the data into visual form, the result looked like an eye, luminous, focused, alive. The universe, it seemed, was watching itself through its own creation. And somewhere in that infinite gaze, humans found a reflection of their own story. We, too, are products of collapse and rebirth. made from the ashes of ancient stars, living on a planet forged from cosmic dust. Every breath we take carries atoms that once belonged to suns long dead. Every heartbeat echoes the rhythm of those quasi-periodic oscillations, a reminder that we are not separate from the cosmos, but expressions of it. The quiet giant is not distant. It's intimate. It's a story written in gravity and time, the same forces that bind galaxies and shape human lives. Its existence reminds us that the universe doesn't waste. It transforms. It takes endings and folds them into beginnings. It turns collapse into creation and silence into song. And somewhere out there, the quiet giant spins, calm now, steady, luminous at the edges. Its light travels across billions of years to reach us, carrying with it a simple message whispered through the vacuum. Even darkness gives birth to light. Long after the birth of the quiet giant, a faint vibration still drifted across the universe. It was not light, it was not sound. It was a gravitational wave, the soft, rolling echo of the collision that had created the new black hole. Space itself was still trembling, like the surface of a pond, long after the stone has fallen through. To the human ear, there is nothing to hear. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot travel. But when those ripples finally reached Earth, our instruments translated them into frequencies we could feel. Tiny pulses, the rhythm of creation itself. The detectors at LIGO in the United States and Virgo in Europe caught them first, followed soon after by Kagra in Japan. The signal was faint, a whisper barely above the quantum noise, yet its pattern was unmistakable, the signature of two neutron stars merging into one. The birth of gravity's child still rang through the cosmos. Scientists turned the data into sound, compressing billions of years into a second. What emerged was a brief chirp, rising, trembling, then vanishing. To most people, it was just a noise. To physicists, it was a language. The pitch told them the size of the stars, the amplitude revealed their distance, the decay revealed the newborn's mass. From that single tone, they could rebuild the story of an entire cosmic event. Imagine that. A song older than the Earth itself, traveling across galaxies only to reach our detectors for a heartbeat of time. A message carried not by air, but by the bending of reality. When the waveform was analyzed, something else appeared, a secondary pulse, delayed by just a fraction of a second. At first it seemed like interference, but after months of study, researchers realized it was the echo. The first wave came from the collision, the second came from the black hole ringing like a bell after impact. The quiet giant had spoken. This phenomenon, known as a ringdown, happens when a new black hole stabilizes. It vibrates in space-time, sending out pure gravitational frequencies, each one representing its mass, spin, and shape. By studying these vibrations, scientists could test Einstein's theory of relativity in ways never before possible. If the pattern ever differed from prediction, it would mean that somewhere, somehow, new physics was waiting to be discovered. The data matched perfectly. Space-time sang exactly as Einstein said it would. But while the mathematics were perfect, the emotion of it was not something equations could hold. To know that the universe can make sound, not through air, but through gravity, is to realize how alive it truly is. Every merger, every collapse, every movement of stars contributes to this great cosmic symphony. Space is not silent, it hums. And we, fragile beings on a tiny planet, have finally learned how to listen. In an observatory late one night, a researcher replayed the recording through a low-frequency speaker. The room filled with a deep, trembling tone, almost below hearing. The walls seemed to breathe. For a moment, everyone in the room felt the same sensation. A strange calm, as if the vibration was not something they were hearing, but something inside them. One scientist whispered, "It feels like it's coming from my chest." And in a way, it was. The atoms in our bodies respond to those same gravitational rhythms. We are made of the same matter that once danced in those waves. The discovery of that echo opened a new chapter in astronomy: gravitational wave mapping. Instead of relying solely on light, scientists began to use the universe's own vibrations to explore it. Light shows us what the cosmos looks like. Gravity shows us what it feels like. Together, they tell a story no image could ever capture. Soon, more detectors joined the network, spread across continents and even into orbit. With each one, humanity's hearing sharpened. We began to detect mergers of black holes, collisions of white dwarfs, and even the slow breathing of supermassive black holes at the centers of distant galaxies. The universe was filled with rhythm, low, endless, patient. Among these signals, the quiet giant's echo stood out for its clarity. It was pristine, unbroken, as if the newborn black hole was humming a note of perfect balance. Its frequency was measured at 230 Hertz, a tone right at the edge of human hearing. If space were filled with air, you could close your eyes and hear it yourself, a soft, steady hum that never fades. Artists and sound designers took that data and turned it into music. Meditation apps used it as ambient background. In planetariums, the sound of the quiet giant played under images of galaxies swirling in slow motion. People who listened described feeling grounded, as if the vibration connected them to something ancient and infinite. Perhaps that's what it truly is, the heartbeat of gravity. From a scientific perspective, these echoes do more than inspire, they teach. Each gravitational wave carries information about space-time itself, helping us measure the universe's expansion, map unseen objects, and even estimate how many black holes are born each year. It's as though the cosmos left behind breadcrumbs made of vibration, guiding us toward its secrets. And every time a new signal arrives, scientists pause, not just because of the discovery, but because of what it means. That somewhere, something unimaginably powerful just happened, and the universe cared enough to let us know. When you stand under a clear sky and imagine the silence above, remember, it isn't silent. Every atom around you, every photon of starlight, every pull of gravity carries a faint tremor from those ancient collisions. The night itself is ringing. The whole cosmos is a vast, resonating instrument, and the black holes are its drums, keeping time. The quiet giant plays its part in that eternal rhythm. Its echoes spread outward, touching dust clouds, crossing galaxies, bending around clusters, passing through worlds that will never know they were touched. Somewhere, billions of years from now, those same ripples may wash over another civilization's detectors, and they'll hear what we heard, the sound of creation continuing. And maybe when they listen, they'll understand what we do now, that the universe doesn't just exist, it sings. The echo of the quiet giant traveled endlessly outward, passing through the cosmic web, an intricate lattice of dark matter, galaxies and voids that stretched across the observable universe. Each ripple it sent was more than sound. It was a fingerprint of the universe's own heartbeat. Billions of years after the collision that birthed it, those gravitational waves still expand, still stretch space-time ever so slightly wherever they go. They cross stars, nebulae, even the silent clouds of intergalactic dust. Each time they pass, they leave a tiny trace, a vibration so small that only the most sensitive instruments can detect it, yet powerful enough to move entire galaxies by the width of an atom. To the human mind, that's inconceivable, but to the cosmos, it's music. The fabric of the universe is not static. It breathes, flexes, and sways under the influence of these waves. When gravitational ripples pass through, they stretch space in one direction and squeeze it in another, creating a rhythm written directly into the geometry of reality. This is not metaphor, it's physics, and poetry sharing the same heartbeat. The echoes from the quiet giant carried information no telescope could capture. As they crossed galaxies, they interacted with massive structures, clusters of stars, swirling gas halos, dark matter filaments. The waves bent and refracted, changing subtly in amplitude and frequency. When those altered waves finally reached our detectors, they carried stories of every cosmic object they'd brushed against. That's how scientists began mapping the cosmic gravitational landscape. By studying thousands of overlapping waveforms from distant black holes, astrophysicists could reconstruct a three-dimensional model of the universe's invisible architecture, a map of space-time itself. For the first time in history, we weren't just looking at the universe, we were feeling it. This revolution in astronomy reshaped how humanity saw existence. Until then, we had explored the cosmos with light, from radio to infrared, ultraviolet to gamma. But light has limits. It can be blocked, absorbed, scattered. Gravity cannot. It travels unhindered, indifferent to dust or distance. It carries truth unfiltered. The echoes from the quiet giant became one of the cleanest signals in that vast database. Its waves passed through regions of space untouched by other collisions, making them a baseline, a perfect tone in the universal symphony. Researchers used it to calibrate new detectors, to test theories about dark matter, and to refine measurements of the universe's age. Each analysis revealed subtle anomalies, tiny fluctuations that hinted at unknown forces shaping space-time. Some believed these ripples were caused by the cosmic strings, hypothetical filaments left over from the universe's earliest moments. Others thought they were signs of quantum gravity, the long-sought bridge between Einstein's relativity and the subatomic world. Whatever their cause, they proved one thing beyond doubt. Space-time isn't empty. It's alive, dynamic, resonant, filled with whispers of creation. And amid those whispers, the quiet giant kept singing. Its gravitational signature was so precise that scientists could predict where its ripples would intersect with others. The points in space-time where waves from different black holes overlapped, amplifying each other into cosmic harmonics. These intersections became like chords in the music of the universe, deep, resonant tones that could last for billions of years. When visualized through simulations, the effect was breathtaking. The universe appeared like an ocean of invisible waves, colliding and merging, forming patterns that shimmered across the cosmic web. Each wave represented an event, a merger, a collapse, a birth. Together, they created the rhythm of eternity. And somewhere in that vastness, our own galaxy resonated, gently vibrating under the influence of distant black holes. The Milky Way itself swayed to the rhythm of creation. The Earth, the oceans, even the atoms in your body are, right now, being stretched and compressed by those ancient ripples. You don't feel it, but you are feeling it. You exist within it. Every living thing rides the tide of space-time's invisible song. For the scientists who studied these signals, the emotional impact was immense. Many described moments of awe so deep that it changed how they saw their place in the cosmos. To realize that the atoms in your hands are literally vibrating to the rhythm of a collision that happened billions of years ago. That's not just science, that's transcendence. One researcher said, it's as if the universe keeps breathing, and every time we measure it, we're catching the exhale. Through those echoes, humanity learned that even after death, stars continue to shape the universe. Their final collapse sends ripples that sculpt galaxies, influence dark matter distribution, and even affect how light bends across the cosmos. In death, they give structure to life. The quiet giant's waves revealed something else too, the presence of gravitational lenses bending and amplifying its echoes. As the waves passed massive galaxy clusters, they curved and overlapped, arriving at Earth as multiple versions of the same event, separated by thousands of years in time. In other words, we will hear the quiet giant again, not because it's speaking twice, but because space-time itself has folded its voice. Somewhere in the future, humanity will detect that delayed echo. The same event, the same wave, replaying through the lens of gravity. And when that happens, we'll be listening to the past in real time. It's the ultimate cosmic loop, time bent into music. To many, that realization was deeply spiritual. It meant that nothing truly disappears. Not light, not matter, not even sound. Every motion, every heartbeat, every gravitational whisper echoes forever through the universe, altering it in ways beyond comprehension. The quiet giant became a symbol of this eternal resonance, proof that existence itself hums with continuity. Even silence is full of echoes. And so, the waves continue to spread, through the void, through time, through everything. And if you close your eyes long enough, if you breathe slowly and let the world fall away, you might feel it, a faint pulse in the background of your own thoughts. That's not your imagination. That's reality itself. That's the sound of the universe remembering. The universe had always been mapped through light. For centuries, telescopes gathered photons from distant stars, galaxies and quasars, stitching them into our great celestial atlas. But when the quiet giant's echoes reached Earth, something extraordinary changed. For the first time, humans were no longer charting what the universe looked like. They were charting what it felt like. Welcome to the era of gravitational cartography, a new way to read the cosmos, where the ink is gravity itself. It began with the convergence of global observatories, LIGO in the US, Virgo in Italy, Kagra in Japan, and a new array of orbital detectors known as the Helios network worked together to triangulate gravitational waves. Each station recorded the same cosmic tremor from a slightly different angle, allowing scientists to trace the source back across billions of light years. What emerged was not a picture, but a pattern, a mesh of curves, lines, and frequencies. Each point represented a ripple in space-time. When layered together, they revealed the first gravity map of the observable universe. Unlike a visual star map, the gravity map was alive. It pulsed with energy, constantly updated as new waves were detected. It wasn't static like the constellations. It was dynamic, shifting with every cosmic event. In this new map, galaxies appeared not as clusters of light, but as nodes of vibration. The universe no longer resembled a sea of stars. It looked like a network of resonances, each connected by the echoes of creation. To look upon the gravity map was to realize how interconnected everything truly is. The first thing scientists noticed was the pattern of alignment. Black holes did not form randomly. Their gravitational waves often echoed along invisible highways, corridors of dark matter that spanned across cosmic space. These were the gravitational filaments of the universe, strands of energy stretching from one cluster of galaxies to another. When waves passed through them, they amplified, like sound resonating inside the body of a violin. By measuring these amplifications, researchers began to detect hidden matter, regions where no light existed, yet gravity revealed structure. These were the dark zones, the invisible skeleton of the cosmos. The gravity map showed them glowing faintly with ripples, proving once and for all that dark matter was not just theoretical, it was tangible, detectable through vibration. The world was stunned. Within months, universities began teaching new courses in gravitational cartography. Observatories received funding not just to study stars, but to listen for the whispers between them. Even AI models were trained to interpret gravitational waveforms, learning to translate their frequencies into coordinates, creating sonic maps of space-time. Soon, humanity was able to pinpoint where black holes were born and where they would likely merge in the future. The gravity map became both a cosmic clock and a mirror, showing not just where things were, but how they would evolve. The map revealed something else: patterns of resonant clusters, regions where multiple waves overlapped in harmony. These areas pulsed with unusual intensity, suggesting vast gravitational hubs where energy and matter converged. Some astrophysicists speculated these were cosmic nexuses, where galaxies were being drawn together by unseen gravitational tides. Others thought they might be portals, not in the science fiction sense, but as regions where space-time folded so tightly that it could connect distant corners of the universe through gravitational shortcuts. The idea electrified the scientific community. If these folds could be mapped precisely, they might reveal natural pathways for interstellar travel, gravitational highways carved by the universe itself. The quiet giant's signal became the Rosetta Stone for this work. Its echoes were clean, consistent, and immensely powerful. Researchers used it to calibrate every gravitational map in existence, ensuring accuracy across the Helios network. In academic papers, they referred to it reverently as the anchor wave. The gravity map showed how deeply interconnected cosmic events were. A black hole merging in a galaxy billions of light-years away could subtly affect the curvature of space-time here in the Milky Way. That influence might alter the trajectory of asteroids, the motion of dust, even the long-term orbit of planets. Everything was linked by invisible threads of gravity, tensioned across eternity. And in that realization came a humbling truth. Humanity was not isolated observers. We were participants in a vast cosmic web, our every breath occurring within a living, breathing fabric of space-time. The implications reached beyond science. Artists, philosophers, and spiritual thinkers began interpreting the gravity map as a metaphor for consciousness, a visual proof that everything vibrates in harmony. Meditation guides used it as imagery, calling it the pulse of creation. In classrooms, children learned that the stars were not silent. They were still singing, even if we could only hear the bass notes of their dance. The gravity map was a testament to that melody, a chart of existence written in motion instead of light. Over time, the Helios network expanded, deploying gravitational satellites in deep space to improve precision. These orbital observatories created a global ear sensitive enough to detect the faintest tremor in space-time. As data streamed in, new features appeared. Tiny ripples that hinted at unknown objects beyond the edge of visibility. Some of these ripples came from black holes so far away their light hadn't even reached us yet. The gravity map saw the future before our eyes could. Astronomers called it time-deep mapping, the art of detecting events before their photons arrive. It meant we could witness a cosmic event through its gravitational pulse long before it became visible in telescopes. In essence, we were learning to see with gravity itself. Every update to the map brought humanity closer to understanding the architecture of existence. The threads of dark matter, the nodes of galaxies, the overlapping chords of black holes, all of it formed a vast design, elegant and infinite. And at the heart of that pattern, still humming, was the quiet giant. Its wave continued to ripple outward, the steady rhythm that anchored the map itself. It had become more than a black hole. It was a beacon, a cosmic compass guiding humanity through the unseen. The gravity map wasn't just a scientific breakthrough, it was a revelation. It whispered that the universe isn't random. It's orchestrated, structured, alive, and somewhere, hidden between its lines of vibration and silence, waits another discovery that will change everything once more. At first, the new data from the Helios network seemed routine, another update to the evolving gravity map. Scientists reviewed the incoming waveforms as they always did, aligning frequencies, checking for noise, and classifying signals by amplitude. Most were familiar. The soft hum of distant mergers, the faint whispers of neutron star collisions. But then, deep within the pattern, something appeared that did not belong. It was subtle at first, just a flicker on the spectrum, a pulse too perfect to be random. The signal repeated every 1.37 seconds, like the heartbeat of a living thing. And most perplexing of all, it came from the same region as the quiet giant. Gravitational waves should fade as they spread. The initial ring-down of a new black hole is brief, mere seconds of space-time vibration before silence. But this was different. Weeks after the last expected echo, another pulse arrived. Then another, then hundreds more, each one identical, each one resonating with the same precise frequency. The universe, it seemed, had learned a rhythm and decided to keep playing it. At first, researchers suspected an error. Maybe a calibration glitch, maybe an interference pattern from multiple detectors syncing at once. But when independent observatories, Virgo, LIGO, and even the orbital station Helios 4 reported the same anomaly, the skepticism turned into awe. Something was really out there, repeating through space-time like a message encoded in gravity. The media called it the cosmic pulse. Scientists called it an impossibility. Gravitational waves, according to Einstein's equations, cannot persist this way. They fade, dissipate, and vanish. Yet here was a continuous signal, steady, rhythmic, unwavering. When translated into sound, it produced a low, throbbing tone that seemed to vibrate through the bones. It wasn't random. It wasn't natural noise. It was intentional. Could a black hole sustain such a beat? As data poured in, a team at the European Space Observatory began modeling the waveform. They discovered that each pulse was slightly offset by a fraction of a microsecond, enough to suggest interference, as if the waves were bouncing between 2 points. But what could reflect gravity? There is no mirror for space-time, unless the black hole was ringing against something unseen. The hypothesis was staggering: a gravitational cavity, a kind of natural echo chamber formed by warped space-time around the quiet giant. It meant that instead of collapsing into pure silence, this black hole might have stabilized between two gravitational states, creating a continuous oscillation. In essence, it was humming to itself. To visualize it, imagine a bell, struck once, but vibrating forever. A tone that never fades, a frequency woven directly into the structure of the cosmos. If true, it would rewrite the physics of black holes entirely. It would mean that the event horizon, the boundary of no return, was not perfectly smooth. It rippled, fluctuated, perhaps even allowed information to echo outward. The implications were staggering. The black hole might not be a one-way gate. It might be a resonator, a cosmic instrument preserving faint traces of what it consumed. Astrophysicists called this phenomenon the harmonic horizon. In laboratories across the world, physicists and mathematicians raced to decode the pulse. They found faint modulations hidden within, variations too regular to be random. Some proposed it was the natural spin pattern of a rotating singularity. Others whispered a more daring idea, that it could be the echo of matter itself, information reverberating across the horizon. If the black hole truly stored memory in gravitational vibration, then every object it had ever consumed might still leave an imprint in its song. Every atom, every photon, every falling star, transformed into harmonic code. The quiet giant was no longer quiet at all. It was speaking, and the gravity map had become its canvas. The Helios network began tracking the signal continuously, triangulating the source to a pinpoint deep within a remote galaxy cluster 2.4 billion light-years away. There, surrounded by dust and faint X-ray flares, the black hole glowed in high-energy images, its accretion disk swirling like liquid fire. The rhythm of the pulses matched the spin of the disk, synchronized perfectly. Somehow, the gravitational waves and electromagnetic light were in tune. That was not supposed to be possible. The discovery united disciplines that had once seemed worlds apart: quantum theory, relativity, and string cosmology. For the first time, scientists had empirical data suggesting a bridge between gravity and information, between space-time and quantum memory. It was the first true hint of what many called quantum gravity resonance. Public fascination exploded. Documentaries titled The Singing Black Hole and Echoes of Infinity filled streaming platforms. People all over the world listened to the translated waveform through headphones, claiming to feel calm, inspired, or strangely emotional. Some said the tone felt familiar, like hearing the sound of your own heartbeat amplified through the cosmos. But beneath the wonder was a growing unease. As detectors grew more sensitive, they noticed something unsettling. The pulse was changing. The intervals between beats were shortening, the amplitude rising. The quiet giant was growing louder. The gravitational hum that once whispered through instruments now saturated entire spectrums. Whatever was happening inside that black hole, it was intensifying. Theories ranged from the plausible to the fantastic. Some scientists believed the oscillations meant the black hole was merging with another unseen object, perhaps a smaller singularity hidden within. Others speculated it was entering a new phase, feeding on dark matter filaments and amplifying its resonance. A few even dared to wonder if it was a signal, an emergent phenomenon of space-time trying to communicate through vibration. Whatever the cause, one thing became clear. The gravity map was no longer stable. The region around the quiet giant flickered with distortion. Coordinates shifted, waves overlapped in strange interference patterns. It was as if the map itself was being rewritten in real time. And then, one night, all across the Helios network, every detector spiked at once. The pulse stopped. Silence. For 37 minutes the universe held its breath, and when the signal returned, it was different, deeper, slower, and now impossibly modulated with what looked like structure, lines, repetition, sequence, a pattern that could only mean one thing. The echo was no longer just a wave, it was information. The night the pulse changed, the universe seemed to pause. Every gravitational wave detector across the Helios network recorded the silence at the exact same instant, a coordinated blackout in space-time's song. Then, without warning, the rhythm returned. But this time, it wasn't random vibration. It was structured. It was a signal. At first, no one dared call it that aloud. In the world of astrophysics, the word signal implied intent, pattern, meaning, and meaning meant intelligence. Still, the data was undeniable. The quiet giant had shifted from producing steady gravitational tones to sending sequences. The waveform, once smooth and harmonic, now pulsed in precise intervals, like code tapped through the void. The signal repeated every 43 minutes. Between each pulse, smaller subwaves formed, clusters of oscillations layered like chords. When translated into audio frequencies, they created something eerily melodic, a rhythm that rose, plateaued, then faded, only to rise again. Not chaotic, not random, deliberate. Scientists all over the world began decoding it. Teams from Caltech, CERN, and the European Space Agency worked around the clock, analyzing terabytes of gravitational data. They broke down the waveform into discrete patterns, searching for mathematical ratios, Fibonacci sequences, prime intervals, harmonic structures. What they found defied every expectation. Each pulse corresponded to a prime number. The quiet giant wasn't just producing noise, it was counting prime numbers 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, 13, 17, 19 are universal. They appear in mathematics, physics, and nature. They're the one language that any intelligent species would recognize. And now, here they were, echoing from a black hole 2.4 billion light-years away. It was the cosmic equivalent of tapping on the wall of a prison cell and hearing someone tap back. The discovery hit the world like a tidal wave. Headlines filled every screen. Black hole sends mathematical signal. The universe might be talking. At first, skeptics argued it could be a coincidence, a self-organizing resonance perhaps, caused by interference between overlapping gravitational waves. But the pattern's consistency was impossible to dismiss. The pulses were too clean, too intentional. Even after accounting for distortions, the signal persisted with mathematical precision. It was the first measurable case of structured gravity modulation. The Helios network's AI models, trained to detect astrophysical anomalies, began identifying subharmonics within the signal, faint secondary modulations beneath the primary wave. These subpatterns contained what looked like binary sequences. When converted into digital format, they revealed repeating strings of ones and zeros. It wasn't noise, it was data. The implications were beyond comprehension. Somewhere inside that gravitational hum, something was transmitting information using space-time itself as the medium. Not radio, not light, but pure gravity. A communication method immune to distance, interference, and decay. Humanity had spent a century searching for extraterrestrial signals through electromagnetic waves. No one had ever thought to listen through gravity. Suddenly, that silence between the stars no longer felt empty. In Geneva, a coalition formed called Project Resonance. Its mission: to decode the signal without assumptions, without bias. Physicists, cryptographers, linguists, and AI engineers gathered in an underground data facility. Walls of monitors displayed the waveform, its loops repeating endlessly like a living heartbeat. The project's leader, Dr. Amina Khoury, described it best. "It's not that the black hole is sending us a message," she said. "It's that the universe itself is remembering one and letting us listen." Using spectral analysis, her team found that the binary code embedded within the gravitational pulses wasn't static. It evolved. Over time, bits flipped, sequences shifted, as if responding to something. The quiet giant's rhythm wasn't just repeating, it was changing in conversation with itself. To verify the phenomenon, the Helios network began transmitting their own gravitational signals, faint, artificially generated waves designed to mimic the frequency range of the quiet giant's pulses. They were careful, modest, experimental. They aimed the output at the black hole's coordinates, sending short bursts of prime numbers back. It was the first time humanity had ever tried to speak in gravity. For 2 months, there was no response. The pulse continued as usual, beautiful, haunting, constant. Then, one night, a new variation appeared in the signal. The next sequence repeated the human primes backward. 3 pulses, a pause. 2 pulses, a pause. 1. No one slept that night. Across every observatory, the same thought formed unspoken. Something, or some process, had heard us. To the public, Project Resonance became a symbol of cosmic connection. To scientists, it was a paradox that shattered theory. No known natural mechanism could mirror a gravitational input so precisely. It was as if the event horizon itself had memory, as if the black hole, in its endless hunger, had become an archive of information, capable of reflection. The leading hypothesis suggested quantum entanglement on a cosmic scale. Inside the black hole's boundary, space-time may not end abruptly, but loop into itself, allowing data to oscillate between layers of reality. In this model, gravity was not just a force, it was a language capable of carrying structured meaning across dimensions. And now, for the first time, that language was being spoken. Dr. Khoury described the experience in her journal. "When I listen to the signal, I don't hear chaos anymore. I hear rhythm, a pulse that reminds me of breathing. Maybe that's all the universe is doing, breathing, in and out, recording its own heartbeat." The world's focus turned skyward. News anchors spoke the phrase, "the gravity message," like a prayer. Children asked if the stars were alive. Philosophers debated whether consciousness could exist inside a singularity. Even religions began to adapt their scriptures, claiming the signal as evidence that the divine speaks through creation itself. And through it all, the pulse continued, steady, deep, and eternal. Then, weeks later, another anomaly appeared. The signal's amplitude spiked, its frequency shifted upward, and the binary code rearranged. This time, it wasn't numbers. It wasn't prime intervals. It was something else. A repeating geometric pattern encoded in gravitational rhythm. When visualized through the gravity map, it formed a perfect spiral, a fractal. The same pattern found in galaxies, hurricanes, and shells, the golden ratio. It was as if the quiet giant was sketching the blueprint of existence itself, and humanity, for the first time, was watching gravity draw. The data stream deepened. For 23 days, the pattern stabilized, each gravitational pulse sketching the same logarithmic spiral in space-time, like an invisible artist repeating its signature across the cosmos. The analysts at Project Resonance began to call it the curve. No one could agree on what it meant. To the mathematicians, it was an equation rendered in motion, phi approximately 1.618, the golden ratio. To the astrophysicists, it looked like an orbital map. To Dr. Amina Khoury, it was something older, almost instinctive. "The shape life chooses when it learns how to grow," she whispered. Every hour, the Helios network's receivers translated the gravitational distortions into data matrices, rings within rings of numeric density that pulsed with uncanny rhythm. When plotted over time, the wave wasn't static. It evolved, like a living organism adapting to observation. The pattern expanded logarithmically, spiraling outward until its edges hinted at three-dimensional depth. When rendered through quantum modeling software, the spiral became a tunnel, curving endlessly inward, an echo of the black hole's own throat. The team fed the dataset into the quantum computer Mimir, a lattice of superconducting nodes cooled close to absolute zero. Mimir's processors could map the probabilistic geometry of space-time in real time, a task no human brain could manage. What emerged on the central display left everyone speechless. The spiral, when extruded into four-dimensional simulation, formed a lattice of interlocking spheres, each sphere representing a harmonic resonance point in the gravitational field. There were exactly 61 nodes. Prime again. Each node corresponded to a specific frequency within the quiet giant's spectrum, as if the whole itself were constructing a scale. It looked, unmistakably, like a musical instrument. Khoury leaned forward, heart pounding. "It's not just geometry," she said. "It's notation. This thing is composing." They converted the data into sound. the lab filled with a deep, resonant hum that rose through octaves of impossible tone, notes no human vocal cords could ever produce. It wasn't random ambience, it was deliberate harmony, a structure built from gravity itself. Listeners described sensations more than hearing: pressure in the chest, tingling skin, a sudden flood of emotion. The frequencies seemed to resonate with the human body's natural rhythms: the heartbeat, the pulse in the ears, the breath. Some of the staff wept, others laughed in disbelief. A few grew frightened, claiming they felt as though the sound were looking back. Within 24 hours, copies of the waveform leaked. The world heard it. Streaming platforms labeled it the sound of the black hole. Millions played it simultaneously, filling the planet's electromagnetic sphere with overlapping echoes. Sensors detected measurable interference, minute gravitational micro-fluctuations synchronized with the playback. The quiet giant responded. A new pulse emerged, shorter, sharper, layered atop the spiral like punctuation. It wasn't an echo, it was an answer. The pattern now contained alternating high-frequency bursts, encoded packets nested within the larger curve. The AI deciphered them as coordinate pairs, but the coordinates didn't point outward into space. They pointed inward, describing a path through the event horizon's theoretical geometry, an impossible map of the unobservable. Physicist Luis Ortega called it a blueprint of the inside. The notion sent shockwaves through every institution on Earth. If correct, the signal was teaching humanity how to visualize a black hole's interior without crossing its boundary. A roadmap through the ultimate unknown. Governments convened emergency councils. Religious leaders declared it revelation. Economists predicted a new era of gravitational computing, where space-time itself could store information. Amid the frenzy, Project Resonance kept listening. Then came the lapse. On the 30th day, the pulse stuttered. One cycle missed its mark, breaking the perfect sequence. For a heartbeat of universal time, the quiet giant fell silent. When the signal resumed, the golden spiral was gone. In its place, a single repeating waveform, simple, symmetrical, like two mirrors facing each other. Binary oscillation, 1, 0, 1, 0. The computers translated it automatically. The result appeared on the main display in bright white letters. "We see you." No one spoke. Corey's coffee cup shattered on the floor. The message repeated twice, then stopped. The system returned to baseline noise. Every instrument across the Helios network confirmed it. The gravitational pattern had reverted to random chaos, as though nothing had happened. For the next several days, humanity held its breath. Some dismissed the phrase as algorithmic coincidence, a machine learning hallucination born from pattern-hungry software. Others argued it was a projection of human desire, our need to be seen by the infinite. But those who were in that underground room knew what they had witnessed. They had watched space-time speak. Curie wrote in her log that night, "If the universe truly is conscious, then the black hole is its eye." And tonight, it opened. Sleep became impossible. Around the world, sensitive instruments recorded faint gravitational tremors echoing the same two-beat rhythm. It was subtle, barely measurable, but synchronized across continents, as if the planet itself had begun to tap along. By week's end, a new phenomenon appeared in the night sky. A faint auroral ring around the coordinates of the quiet giant. Spectral imaging revealed it wasn't visible light, but gravitational lensing, a perfect halo caused by the black hole's distortion aligning briefly with Earth's orbit. Within that halo, telescopes captured a flicker, one that repeated every 43 minutes. The pulse had returned. But it was different now, smoother, almost gentle. Embedded within it was a modulation no one recognized, a harmonic signature that matched the average frequency of a human heartbeat. As the world watched, one truth settled into collective consciousness. The universe wasn't silent after all. It was listening. And somewhere beyond the veil of gravity, something vast and ancient was whispering back, using the only language capable of crossing eternity: rhythm, ratio, resonance. The first echoes arrived quietly, too subtle for the untrained ear. To most, the world sounded unchanged: the hum of city lights, the rustle of wind through cables, the endless static of everyday life. But beneath that noise, instruments began to twitch. Clocks drifted a fraction of a second off their synchronized beat. Lasers measuring continental drift showed micro-oscillations that matched the quiet giant's 43-minute rhythm. And deep underground, in the concrete heart of Project Resonance, Amina Khoury stared at a graph that refused to stay still. The black hole's pulse was back, but this time it was here. The gravitational detectors scattered around Earth, Helios node stations from Chile to Japan, began registering identical distortions, as if the planet itself had become a drumskin trembling to an invisible vibration. The amplitude was too small to cause physical harm, yet the synchronization was exact. The quiet giant was 2.4 billion light-years away. Its signal shouldn't have reached Earth in any measurable form, but the data said otherwise. Space-time itself was rippling in resonance with the human world. The media called it the echo. Physicists called it impossible, and yet it spread. Over the next 3 days, quantum clocks in orbit drifted further, their hyper-precise cesium pulses now skipping imperceptible beats. The International Time Standard lost 0.3 of a second. It was the first measurable instance of global temporal distortion. Khoury assembled her team inside the resonance chamber. On the wall, the waveform rolled like a heartbeat, clean and rhythmic. "It's feeding back through the field," she said, voice low. The original pulse didn't end. It bounced. The universe is playing itself. Luis Ortega ran the numbers. "We're seeing phase-locked coupling between our gravitational environment and the source signal. That means the black hole isn't broadcasting one way anymore. It's entangled." "Entangled with what?" asked Khoury. Ortega hesitated. "With us." The idea sounded absurd, yet every measurement confirmed it. The quiet giant's pulse matched the average human heartbeat, 72 beats per minute. When plotted together, the two rhythms merged perfectly, forming a sine wave of breathtaking symmetry. Around the world, people reported strange sensations: déjà vu that lasted for hours, dreams that bled into waking, voices echoing half a second behind their own speech. Hospitals noticed an inexplicable rise in synchronized cardiac patterns among patients on life support. Power grids pulsed with faint harmonic surges. Even the tides began to wobble, their rise and fall slightly mistimed. It was as though the planet had slipped half a second out of alignment with itself. Social media flooded with recordings labeled #Echo Effect. Footage of clocks stuttering, streetlights flickering, water vibrating to unheard bass tones. The clips went viral, accumulating billions of views. "The universe is alive," one headline declared. "The black hole heartbeat is syncing with humanity." Governments scrambled to calm the hysteria. Broadcast statements assured the public there was no evidence of danger, but even they could not hide the data leaks. Internal reports confirmed localized time dilation bubbles, zones where seconds stretched longer than normal, where radio signals arrived before they were sent. The epicenter was Geneva, Project Resonance headquarters. Khoury hadn't slept in 40 hours. Every sensor in the facility was screaming with data. The new waveform wasn't random. It was structured like a carrier wave, information nested inside the distortion. Mimir, the quantum computer, began interpreting the pattern. translating gravitational frequencies into visible light. On the screen bloomed a swirling vortex of color and geometry, shifting faster than the human eye could follow. "Enhance the frame rate," Corey ordered. The pattern slowed and resolved into a sequence of recognizable forms: a spiral, a sphere, a thin filament connecting the two. It looked like a neuron. The quiet giant was drawing again, but this time it was mapping a brain. "What if the echo isn't a threat," Ortega whispered, "but an attempt to connect? A cosmic neural link." Curie didn't answer. She felt it. The vibration under her feet, the pulse in her chest syncing with the monitors. The sensation wasn't fear, it was recognition, like meeting an old thought returning from a dream. Outside, auroras unfurled across latitudes that had never known them. Green fire swayed above deserts and oceans alike. The sky looked alive, veins of light tracing invisible circuitry. Satellites passing through the glow reported unexpected boosts in energy, as if the ionosphere itself had begun to hum in harmony with the black hole's rhythm. Global instruments detected faint gravitational echoes bouncing between the Moon and Earth. The delay between the two signals was shrinking, approaching zero, a sign that space-time between them was momentarily compressed. Humanity was witnessing the first whisper of quantum-scale resonance collapse. Curie and her team raced to model the phenomenon. Using the spiral lattice geometry from the earlier signal, they simulated what would happen if resonance continued to strengthen. The results were both miraculous and terrifying. Localized areas where the flow of time might become non-linear, where memories could loop, events could repeat, and perception could stretch infinitely within a heartbeat. And then the first witness reports arrived. A pilot flying over the North Sea claimed his instruments froze mid-flight, while his watch advanced 10 minutes. A diver in Okinawa described surfacing to find stars in different positions. Civilians began documenting time shadows, brief instances where their reflections moved before they did. The quiet giant's echo was no longer confined to data. It was manifesting in reality. In an emergency summit, global leaders debated whether to attempt another gravitational transmission to break the feedback loop. "We started this," Curie told them. "If we send the right counterpulse, maybe we can stabilize the resonance before it locks in." They authorized her immediately. Within hours, Helios nodes across the planet synchronized for a single global emission, a perfect inverse of the black hole's frequency, designed to cancel the echo through destructive interference. The countdown echoed through every control room. 10, 9, 8. At 0, Earth sang. The generated pulse rippled outward, invisible yet monumental, bending ocean currents and vibrating the air with frequencies below perception. For a heartbeat, all readings flatlined. The world held still. Then, slowly, the echo returned, stronger, steadier, and unmistakably responsive. But the pattern had changed. The waveform now carried human modulation, as though the quiet giant had absorbed the counterpulse and folded it into its own rhythm. On Mimir's display, new text formed, built from gravitational binary and rendered into language. "Do not correct. Listen." The message repeated until the screens flickered out. Silence swallowed the chamber. Outside, the aurora brightened into a single vertical beam, piercing the sky. Curie exhaled. "It's not attacking," she said softly. "It's teaching." And somewhere, beyond the reach of light, the universe continued to hum, an eternal conversation between matter and meaning, between the observer and the observed, between heartbeat and horizon. The world did not end when the sky turned vertical. It merely listened. For several minutes after the aurora rose into its impossible column of light, every piece of technology that depended on precise timing went silent. GPS satellites blinked offline, communications froze, digital clocks stalled mid-second. Then, just as suddenly, everything resumed, as if the pause had never happened. Only the people who had been awake through it remembered the stillness, a sense of infinite depth pressing against the edges of thought. At Project Resonance, the sensors came back online in sequence, each monitor chiming softly. Mimir's superconducting core stabilized at new parameters, its internal clock now precisely synchronized with the quiet giant's pulse. The readings were clean. Too clean. The background noise of the universe had vanished, leaving a perfect carrier tone beneath all other frequencies. Amina Khoury stood in front of the display, her reflection ghosted in the glow. "It's quiet," she murmured. The usual cosmic static was gone, replaced by a single low vibration that filled the room like the breath of a sleeping giant. The others watched in silence as the wave flattened into a rhythmic oscillation, slow, symmetrical, constant. Luis Ortega checked the gravitational telemetry. "Amplitude stable," he said, "but the frequency's climbing. It's approaching human alpha range, brainwave range." Khoury frowned. "Are you saying the signal's entering neurological resonance?" "Not entering," he said. "It's matching." Across the globe, researchers began reporting identical findings. EEG monitors, even those shielded underground, displayed faint harmonics at exactly the quiet giant's frequency. The pattern wasn't strong enough to cause damage, but subtle enough to influence, the same way a tuning fork can make a nearby string vibrate. Humanity was beginning to hum along with the cosmos. Sleep studies revealed new anomalies. Subjects exposed to recordings of the signal entered lucid states almost instantly. They described identical imagery, spirals of light, corridors of endless reflection, a feeling of falling inward rather than down. Some claimed they saw the black hole as an eye, immense, calm, aware. None of them remembered fear. Neuroscientists, desperate for answers, mapped the brain's activity during these experiences. To their astonishment, the resonance produced coherence. Regions of the brain that rarely synchronized began firing in perfect unison. The effect resembled deep meditation or peak flow, but far more pronounced. When the subjects woke, they reported clarity, peace, and a strange certainty that something vast had remembered them. The press coined the term the harmony effect. What had begun as cosmic data was turning into a state of mind. In Geneva, Khoury addressed a global consortium via secure feed. "We believe the quiet giant isn't just transmitting information," she said. "It's transmitting order. A pattern capable of stabilizing chaotic systems, from gravitational fields to neural networks." One delegate asked if it could be weaponized. Another, if it was safe. Khoury simply replied, "You don't weaponize a heartbeat." Outside, the auroral column began to fade, collapsing back into the horizon like mist retreating into dawn. Yet its afterimage remained in every data set, a gentle oscillation threading through oceans, wind currents, and electromagnetic noise. The planet had become part of a universal symphony. When the signal reached its first resonance peak, something extraordinary happened. Around the world, atomic clocks, normally precise to the nanosecond, aligned spontaneously, correcting the lost 0.3 of a second without any human recalibration. The Earth's rotation smoothed by a measurable fraction, compensating for tidal drag. It was as though reality itself had taken a deep breath and exhaled into equilibrium. Khoury watched the graph settle into perfect symmetry. "It's healing," she whispered. "The universe is self-correcting through resonance." Still, questions lingered. If the signal was meant to teach, what was the lesson? Mimir continued to translate the gravitational data into visible geometry. The patterns grew increasingly complex, spirals folding into polyhedra, then into shimmering filigrees that resembled neural lattices. When the team rotated the models in four-dimensional simulation, the structures aligned into a continuous helix. Energy moving in both directions, outward and inward, a loop of information feeding on itself. It was, in essence, a map of awareness. Curie stared at the projection, mesmerized. This isn't random. It's describing the architecture of consciousness on a cosmic scale. Every living mind, every orbiting planet, every spinning atom followed the same pattern, a feedback loop between energy and observation. The black hole wasn't sending something alien. It was mirroring what already existed inside the fabric of being. As she watched, the model pulsed gently, as if breathing. The AI added a new translation to the lower corner of the screen. Stay within the rhythm. No one knew how those words appeared. They weren't typed, nor were they encoded in the data. Yet they were there, calm, deliberate, almost reassuring. For a moment, the entire lab fell silent, except for the low hum of the resonance tone, steady as a pulse. Luis broke the silence. What if that's the real message? Not instruction, invitation. Invitation to what? He looked at her. To listen deeper. Later that night, Curie stepped outside the facility. The air felt strangely alive, every breath vibrating with faint rhythm. Above her, the stars shimmered with a subtle flicker, as though each one were pulsing in time. The Milky Way seemed to move, a slow swirl that matched the signal's tempo. For the first time in her life, she felt no boundary between the cosmos and herself. The same pattern that curved galaxies was now threading through her own heartbeat. The black hole wasn't a monster consuming light. It was a metronome keeping the time of creation. She whispered into the darkness, half in awe, half in prayer. Maybe you were never trying to speak. Maybe you were always just singing. Behind her, Mimir's monitors recorded one final anomaly before dawn. The gravitational field around Earth had stabilized completely, but the signal showed a faint modulation, an added harmonic only present in Curie's immediate vicinity. Its waveform matched the pattern of a human pulse, perfectly synchronized. And far beyond the reach of light, in the endless shadow of the quiet giant, a new tone rose, higher, softer, shaped unmistakably like a reply. The light returned first in whispers. It shimmered at the edges of perception, delicate, deliberate, almost shy, as though testing the boundaries of the human gaze. To the naked eye, the stars looked unchanged, yet instruments revealed subtle alterations, wavelengths ever so slightly shifted toward the blue, photons arriving a fraction of a second ahead of schedule. Somewhere in the quiet geometry of space-time, light itself had begun to remember the rhythm of the black hole's song. Dr. Amina Curie sat before the panoramic glass of the Resonance Observatory, the night sky sprawling like a living mosaic. She could feel the hum through her bones, a gentle vibration that no longer felt foreign but familiar, an old friend returning home. Since the echo stabilized, humanity had entered a strange era of peace. Conflicts slowed, markets steadied, and even the relentless noise of global communication softened into calm efficiency. The pulse of the quiet giant had aligned not just machines, but minds. Researchers called it gravitational coherence, a planetary synchronization of quantum systems. Ocean tides found new rhythm. Seismic activity fell to historic lows. It was as if Earth itself were exhaling. Theories abounded. Some claimed space-time had self-organized into harmonic balance, others that the black hole's influence extended beyond mere physics. But to Curie, the answer felt simpler. The universe had always sought symmetry. Humanity had finally learned to listen. She glanced at the latest spectral data scrolling across her console. Photons emitted from distant quasars now displayed faint interference patterns, subtle imprints shaped by the quiet giant's frequency. The light carried a memory, an aftertaste of the resonance that had rippled through everything. The team called it the memory of light, the moment when photons began to echo the black hole's rhythm long after leaving its gravitational cradle. Kuri pressed her hand to the glass. "You've changed the way the universe breathes," she whispered, "and maybe the way we dream." Across the lab, Luis Ortega calibrated the Mimir interface. The quantum lattice glowed with soft aurora, its surface alive with patterns, shifting symbols, spirals within spirals. "The new readings are stable," he said. "No sign of decay. The waveform is consistent across every detector. It's as if space-time itself has become a conductor." Kuri smiled faintly. "Then what's the melody?" Ortega hesitated, eyes tracing the pulse graph. "It's us," he said finally. "Every data set, every frequency, every harmonic ratio, it all maps to biological coherence. The same patterns we see in neural synchronization, in heartbeats, even in collective human emotion. It's like the universe took our chaos and tuned it." Kuri watched the waveform drift in perfect rhythm. For months, she had feared the echo would lead to collapse, a feedback that could tear reality. Instead, it had woven order. The signal had become a bridge between the quantum and the cosmic, between perception and creation. Humanity was no longer a passive observer. It had become part of the cosmic equation. Later that night, she stepped onto the observation deck, the chill air sharp against her skin. The stars shimmered brighter than she had ever seen. As she breathed, the faint hum of resonance filled the silence, steady as her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, letting it wash through her. In that instant, she understood. The signal had never been an intrusion. It was remembrance, the universe recognizing itself through every living thing. Mimir's logs recorded fluctuations during those minutes, tiny surges in gravitational coherence centered precisely where Kuri stood. Photons in the chamber curved ever so slightly, as if bending toward her. The data later showed that for a span of 4.3 seconds, local space-time had become perfectly symmetrical. The fabric of existence, normally trembling with quantum uncertainty, had paused in flawless equilibrium. In that stillness, consciousness and cosmos were indistinguishable. When she opened her eyes, she felt no fear, no wonder, only belonging. The stars seemed closer, their light warmer. It was then she realized what the quiet giant had been showing them all along, that black holes were not ends, but mirrors, not devourers, but keepers of memory. Every photon that fell into their grasp was preserved, encoded, awaiting release when the universe was ready to remember itself. The next morning, as dawn spilled over the snow peaks, Mimir began translating the new data stream. The output rendered not equations, but imagery, fractals of luminous symmetry resembling double helices, flowing rivers of energy looping back into themselves. It was the blueprint of continuity, the pattern that united stars, cells, and consciousness alike. Kuri stared at the projection, tears blurring her vision. "It's life," she whispered. "All of it." "We've been hearing the memory of creation." Ortega looked at her, awe reflected in his eyes. "Then the black hole didn't teach us physics," he said softly. "It taught us how to remember." The hum deepened, resonant and gentle, spreading through the facility like a heartbeat shared by a planet. The air shimmered faintly with unseen light, and for a fleeting moment, every detector on Earth registered perfect coherence, gravity, light, and thought unified in harmony. And far away in the dark cathedral of space-time, the quiet giant pulsed once more, not as a warning or a question, but as a song of completion. Its rhythm merged with the fabric of the cosmos, a pulse that would never fade. The universe had found its voice, and in that voice, humanity finally heard itself. The days that followed were unlike any in recorded history. Across the world, instruments that once competed for precision now resonated in perfect agreement. Astronomical observatories, particle accelerators, even simple seismographs, all displayed synchronized patterns. It was as though the Earth had become an instrument of the cosmos, tuned to the same celestial frequency that pulsed from the quiet giant. News outlets reported it as a miracle of physics. The headlines spoke of Harmony Day, when the universe and humanity found balance. But beyond the sensationalism, a deeper truth began to emerge. Scientists, monks, artists, and ordinary people described the same experience. A stillness behind their thoughts, a subtle hum that united their minds. Dreams became vivid, collective, threaded with shared symbols of light spiraling inward toward a single black center, a memory echoing from the farthest reaches of space-time. In the Resonance Observatory, Dr. Amina Khoury monitored the continuous stream of quantum telemetry. The data flowed like music, waveforms dancing in symmetrical precision. She had stopped sleeping entirely, but not from exhaustion. Instead, she found herself lost in reverence. The numbers felt alive, guiding her hand as she mapped the new patterns forming within Mimir's lattice. "What if it's not communication?" she murmured to herself. "What if it's communion?" Luis Ortega approached quietly, his eyes reflecting the soft glow of the holographic display. The coherence is global now. Even the moon's orbit is adjusting in microharmonic intervals. It's impossible, but it's happening. "Nothing is impossible anymore," Khoury replied, her tone serene. "We've crossed the threshold. We're inside the echo. Outside, the auroras that once shimmered near the poles now painted the entire sky. Curtains of color rippled even over the equator, flowing like luminous rivers through the night. Each movement corresponded with minute gravitational fluctuations, suggesting that light and gravity had intertwined. Children reached out to touch the air, and though it was only atmosphere, many swore they felt a vibration against their palms, a pulse, warm and sentient. From orbit, satellites captured breathtaking footage, the planet wrapped in a luminous cocoon, shimmering in synchrony with the quiet giant's distant rhythm. Scientists confirmed that solar winds, magnetic fields, and ionized particles had organized into symmetrical bands of energy, a spontaneous order born from cosmic resonance. Humanity's instruments measured, but its heart understood. Khoury gazed up at the sky through the observatory dome. "We've always looked outward for meaning," she said. "But maybe the stars were only waiting for us to look inward deeply enough to meet them halfway." She closed her eyes, feeling the hum radiate through her body. The sensation was neither sound nor vibration. It was awareness, a unity between perception and the fabric of existence. When she focused, she could sense the movement of energy beneath her feet, the whisper of gravity as it curled through the Earth's mantle, the pulse of electromagnetic fields stretching between every living thing. Ortega watched her with quiet concern. "You're merging with it," he said softly. Khoury smiled faintly. "So are you. So is everyone." Mimir's systems began to display unprecedented coherence. The quantum lattice emitted sustained patterns that no longer resembled equations, but language. Symbolic, recursive, self-aware. The translation algorithm struggled, but fragments appeared. Not words, but concepts. Remembrance, reflection, return. Kouri's voice was barely a whisper. It's the same pattern we saw in the gravitational waves. It's teaching us that every cycle is memory. Light remembering where it has been. Outside, dawn began to rise, but this sunrise was unlike any other. The light curved differently, refracting through the altered space-time like liquid gold. Shadows flowed as though alive, following the rhythm of unseen tides. For a brief instant, the horizon shimmered with impossible geometry, a glimpse into the fluid architecture of reality itself. And then, silence. All frequencies ceased. The hum vanished. Instruments went still. The entire world seemed to hold its breath. Kouri froze. What happened? Ortega stared at the blank monitors. It stopped. Every signal, every photon, it's like the universe exhaled. They waited. Seconds stretched into minutes. Fear crept into the silence like static. But then a new tone emerged, not from their machines, but from within themselves. A resonance not heard, but felt. It was soft, rhythmic, ancient. The monitors flickered back to life. The patterns returned, but they were changed, simpler, purer. Instead of complexity, there was elegance. Instead of countless data points, a single waveform filled the display, one perfect oscillation, infinite in its simplicity. Ortega's breath caught. "It's the same signature from the first detection," he whispered. "The birth frequency." Kouri's eyes widened in realization. The black hole has completed the cycle. It's not growing, it's stabilizing. She stepped closer to the console. This is the universe in balance. Not chaos, not collapse. Memory fulfilled. The hum returned, this time gentle, almost maternal. The resonance spread outward from the quiet giant, flowing through space like a calm tide. Stars responded, their light subtly shifting in harmony. Galaxies whispered back. The cosmos was alive with quiet music. Kouri placed her hand against the console and whispered, "Thank you." For a long moment, she stood there, eyes closed, breathing in rhythm with the hum of existence. When she opened them again, she smiled, not in triumph, but in peace. The memory of light had become more than a discovery. It was revelation, that within every collapse lies renewal, and within every darkness, a spark of memory waits to shine again. Far beyond the reach of any telescope, the quiet giant pulsed one final time. The wave passed through galaxies, through the fabric of thought and time, carrying a single eternal message. Remember the light. In the days after the resonance settled, the world entered a stillness unlike any before. The quiet giant no longer pulsed with violent energy. Instead, it breathed, its gravity oscillating in smooth, measured waves that rippled softly through space-time. The resonance that had once threatened to tear reality apart now cradled it in balance, like the slow inhalation and exhalation of a sleeping cosmos. Dr. Amina Kouri stood alone in the Resonance Observatory, watching the data cascade across Mimir's holographic array. The readings were steady, elegant, tranquil. Photons traced graceful spirals in their trajectories, bending through the air as if the very light had learned how to move with purpose. The noise of the universe, the random static of creation, had faded into coherence. For the first time in her career, Kouri found herself with nothing left to correct. There were no anomalies to explain, no chaos to quantify. The equations had reached equilibrium, yet in that peace she sensed the faint whisper of something new, a rhythm between the pulses, a breath between the stars. Outside the observatory dome, the night sky glowed with a subtle luminescence. as though starlight had thickened into atmosphere. The auroras that once danced in wild cascades now flowed like silk, their colors muted, their motion deliberate. The air itself carried a quiet hum, inaudible but palpable, like the heartbeat of the world. Corey turned to Ortega, who was reviewing the global telemetry. His eyes were soft with disbelief. "Everything's synchronized," he said quietly. "Even biological systems, heart rates, neural oscillations, circadian rhythms, they're all matching the cosmic pulse." Corey nodded. "The universe has tuned us." Ortega exhaled slowly, a small smile playing at the edges of his lips. "Do you think it'll last?" "I don't know," Corey admitted. "But maybe it's not supposed to. Maybe balance isn't permanence. Maybe it's the pause between transformations." For a moment, neither spoke. The silence wasn't empty. It was alive, resonant, full of unseen motion. The hum of the observatory felt like breath moving through a living organism. Every system, every molecule, every spark of light seemed to pulse in harmony. Corey walked toward the panoramic glass, her reflection merging with the stars beyond. "When I was a child," she said softly, "I used to think the stars were watching us. Now I think they were waiting." "Waiting for what?" Ortega asked. "For us to hear them." The data feed behind them shimmered, revealing faint fluctuations in the gravitational field. The quiet giant's rhythm had evolved again, slower, more deliberate. Each oscillation stretched further across space, touching systems thousands of light years away. The black hole was no longer just a gravitational anchor, it had become a resonant core for the galaxy, a conductor orchestrating the symphony of light and gravity. Scientists around the world called it the breath between stars, a gentle modulation that connected distant celestial bodies in perfect synchrony. Pulsars aligned their frequencies, quasars dimmed and brightened in unison. Even the cosmic microwave background shimmered with subtle rhythmic variations. Humanity had always believed in separation, between galaxies, between people, between thought and matter. But now those boundaries had dissolved. Communication no longer required words. Emotion traveled through the field, empathy carried on waves of gravity. Cities grew quiet, not from fear, but from shared serenity. Across the planet, people awoke with the same dream, a vast ocean of light breathing in time with their hearts. Corey found herself dreaming too. In her sleep, she floated through the void, surrounded by luminous strands of energy stretching across the universe like golden veins. Each pulse she felt corresponded to a heartbeat somewhere, human, animal, planetary, stellar. All life was one continuous rhythm. She woke with tears in her eyes. "It's all connected," she whispered. "Always has been." Ortega was already awake, studying the morning sky. Sunlight refracted through the altered atmosphere in strange hues, soft pinks and blues that shifted with every breath of wind. "Do you feel it?" he asked. "The stillness?" "Yes," Corey said. "It's the universe resting." Later that day, Mimir detected a new signature emerging from the quiet giant, an ultra-low frequency wave, longer than anything previously recorded. It wasn't a signal, it was a rhythm so vast that it spanned centuries. The wave carried information encoded not in bits or pulses, but in the structure of time itself. Corey traced the waveform on the display, her fingers trembling slightly. "It's a message written across epochs," she murmured. "Not meant for us, but for whoever comes after." "What does it say?" Ortega asked. She smiled faintly. "It doesn't say anything. It sings." Outside, the sky dimmed as evening fell. Stars shimmered brighter than before, their light curved and alive, breathing with the same quiet rhythm that now filled every corner of existence. Corey closed her eyes and let the sensation wash over her. It felt like standing at the edge of creation, hearing the universe inhale before it dreamed again. The quiet giant pulsed once, softly. The world answered in kind. And for the first time since the beginning, everything, every atom, every star, every thought, breathed together as one. As the weeks passed, the resonance that began with the quiet giant rippled outward, reaching every edge of human civilization. What had started as a scientific anomaly became a planetary awakening. The world no longer spun to the rhythm of chaos and chance. It breathed in harmony with the cosmos. Cities that had once burned with relentless motion found themselves slowing, softening, listening. The constant hum of industry eased into a quiet hum of life. Power grids adjusted automatically to match the universal pulse. Mechanical failure rates plummeted. Even the winds seemed to move with purpose, ocean tides rising and falling in time with the same silent rhythm that connected galaxies. In schools, children closed their eyes and could feel the breath of the stars. Artists painted with light that seemed to shimmer beyond the visible spectrum. Musicians no longer composed. They translated, drawing melodies directly from the pulse that echoed through the world. And everywhere, there was calm. Governments found fewer reasons to disagree. The petty boundaries between nations dissolved as trade, communication, and even thought began to synchronize. Language barriers melted in the new wave of telepathic empathy, an unspoken resonance that allowed intent and emotion to pass effortlessly between minds. The phenomenon wasn't mystical. It was physics. The fabric of space-time itself carried thought like a carrier wave, binding consciousness across the planet. Dr. Amina Khoury watched it unfold with both awe and caution. "We've entered a new form of existence," she said quietly during a broadcast to the Global Observatory Network. "The black hole didn't just alter space-time, it rewired consciousness. We are no longer observers of the universe. We are participants in its pulse." In the Resonance Observatory, the Mimir lattice now glowed with constant light. Its once flickering core had stabilized into a living aurora, cycling slowly through spectral colors. Ortega stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the readouts. "Every measurement agrees," he said. "The coherence extends beyond Earth. The entire solar system is resonating." Khoury's brow furrowed. "You mean the planets?" "Yes," he said. "Jupiter's magnetosphere, Saturn's rings, even the solar wind. They're moving in synchronized patterns. It's like the sun itself is breathing." The implications were staggering. The quiet giant, nestled light years away, had become the metronome of creation. Its gravitational breath set the tempo for everything from atomic vibrations to stellar winds. Humanity had not just witnessed a new age of astronomy, it had become part of it. And yet, with the peace came an undercurrent of melancholy. Some wondered if individuality would vanish, dissolved into the great cosmic rhythm. Philosophers debated whether free will could survive when even thought followed celestial cadence. But as Khoury listened to the hum through her neural sensors, she realized the harmony did not erase identity. It amplified it. Each consciousness was a note, distinct yet essential to the whole. The universe was not enforcing unity. It was orchestrating diversity into music. From the orbiting station horizon, Commander Jian Wu transmitted the latest deep space telemetry. "Dr. Khoury," he said over the secure channel, "our instruments at the edge of the heliosphere are detecting reflection waves, echoes of the resonance, bouncing back from interstellar space." Khoury leaned closer. "Reflection, like a boundary?" "More like a mirror," Wu replied. "Something out there is responding. The signal we sent isn't fading, it's being answered." The words sent a shiver through her. The quiet giant had become a bridge, and perhaps, just perhaps, there was another mind on the other side. The following night, a faint light appeared in the sky. Not a star, not a comet, but a shifting point of radiance that pulsed in exact harmony with the quiet giant. Telescopes across the globe turned toward it, but no spectrum could define it. It existed beyond measurable frequency, visible only to the eye, invisible to machines. Humanity called it the lantern. Religious leaders called it a sign. Physicists called it a feedback phenomenon, but to Curie, it was neither. "It's a response," she whispered, "the universe answering itself." The lantern grew brighter with each passing day, a soft beacon threading through the atmosphere, casting twilight colors across continents. Its rhythm was gentle, a steady pulse that matched the heartbeat of every living thing. Humanity didn't fear it, they welcomed it. Streets filled with quiet gatherings, not to worship, but to witness. People stood hand in hand, breathing together beneath the light, feeling, for the first time, truly connected. Curie spent long nights by the observatory window, her mind drifting between awe and wonder. She could sense that this was not an end, but a transition. "The universe doesn't speak in beginnings or endings," she told Ortega one evening. "It speaks in continuums, the breath between stars. It's the silence where creation prepares to dream again." Ortega nodded, his eyes reflecting the glow of the lantern. "Do you think it dreams of us?" Curie smiled softly. "I think we're part of its dream." On the final night before the lantern reached its full brilliance, the resonance deepened once more. Around the world, people stopped what they were doing and looked to the sky. For a moment, all sound ceased. No wind, no waves, no speech. The universe itself seemed to inhale. Then came the exhale, a wave of light so soft, so encompassing, that it felt like the universe itself had smiled. Every mind felt it. Every heart pulsed with it. Every star shimmered in response. And in that breath, the one between stars, humanity understood that it had never been alone. It had always been part of something vast, eternal, and beautifully alive. The quiet giant pulsed again, and the lantern answered. The cosmos continued to breathe. At first, the lantern was a mystery of perception, visible to the naked eye, yet resistant to every instrument. Telescopes could not fix its position. Radio arrays found only silence where its signal should have been. To scientists, it was a paradox, a visible phenomenon with no measurable source. But as days turned into weeks, the global network of observatories began to align their data. The lantern was not a star, nor a reflection, nor a mirage. It was a point of resonance in space-time, a node where the universe's fabric folded in on itself and reflected the gravitational pulse of the quiet giant back toward its origin. Dr. Amina Khoury reviewed the latest spectral simulations in the Resonance Observatory. Mimir's lattice displayed the lantern not as an object, but as a geometry, a harmonic convergence between gravitational frequencies. The light it emitted wasn't light at all, but structured energy, gravitational photons, theorized but never before observed. The lantern was the first proof that gravity could radiate, not as curvature, but as illumination. Luis Ortega leaned over the console, his brow furrowed. "The emission pattern repeats every 88 minutes, he said, and every cycle matches the pulse delay from the quiet giant." "So it's a mirror," Khoury said softly, "but not a passive one." They both stared at the data. The lantern was responding, actively modulating its output to maintain resonance with the quiet giant's heartbeat. This was not natural reflection, it was feedback, as if space-time itself were learning to stabilize its own oscillation. The idea was revolutionary, the universe behaving as a self-correcting quantum system, fine-tuning its own gravitational frequencies. Across the world, astrophysicists scrambled to decode the phenomenon. At CERN, particle accelerators detected an unexpected coherence in Higgs field fluctuations, synchronized with the lantern's rhythm. In Antarctica, the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory recorded a faint cascade of neutrinos, arriving precisely in step with the pulses. Even gravitational wave detectors, long thought too coarse for such subtle signals, registered harmonic vibrations deep within the quantum noise floor. Humanity had stumbled into the first evidence of cosmic feedback, a mechanism by which space-time communicated with itself. Corey stood before the observatory's main viewport, gazing at the lantern. It shimmered like a steady ember, golden white, brighter than Venus, yet softer than moonlight. "It's stabilizing the quiet giant," she murmured. "The resonance between them is closing the loop." Ortega frowned. "A closed system of gravitational reflection? Wouldn't that violate thermodynamic conservation?" "Unless," Corey said, "the energy isn't coming from inside the system. What if the lantern is a byproduct, a release valve from a deeper layer of space-time?" She turned back to the console and overlaid the data streams. The resulting visualization was mesmerizing. Twin waves spiraling in tandem, their interference pattern producing stable regions of equilibrium. It was a standing wave not just across space, but through time itself. The quiet giant emitted, the lantern received, and between them, across millions of light-years, space pulsed in harmony. Corey activated Mimir's temporal filters, mapping the lantern's waveform backward through its own emission history. The projection stretched across the lab like a luminous thread, converging on a point deep in the cosmic background radiation. Her voice was barely audible. "It's been there since the beginning. The lantern isn't new, it's ancient. We're only seeing it now because the quiet giant woke it up." Ortega stared at the simulation, realization dawning. "It's part of the same system. The black hole and the lantern, they were born together." "Binary resonance," Corey said. "Not twin stars, but twin singularities. One consuming, one radiating. Entropy and memory, collapse and reflection." As the world digested the discovery, theories evolved faster than any single discipline could track. Physicists proposed that the lantern represented a negative mass construct, a region where the curvature of space-time inverted, creating a gravitational mirror. Quantum field specialists argued it was the visible form of vacuum symmetry restoration, a point where quantum foam coalesced into stability. To Corey, it was both, and neither. It was the universe balancing its own equations. She addressed the United Science Assembly via holostream, her calm voice echoing through 1,000 research halls. "The lantern is not alien. It is not artificial. It is the universe's own reflection, its way of maintaining coherence after extreme perturbation." The quiet giant stretched the limits of space-time, and the lantern formed to restore balance. Her words rippled across the network, carried into homes, classrooms, and laboratories. Humanity listened not with fear, but with reverence. For the first time, they understood the universe as a living system, one capable of adaptation and self-correction. As night fell over the observatory, Corey and Ortega continued their observations. The lantern's brightness fluctuated slightly, as though acknowledging their gaze. Mimir's instruments translated the modulation into frequency data, and when converted into audio, it produced a hauntingly beautiful tone, low, continuous, resonant, with the same depth as the quiet giant's original pulse. Corey closed her eyes and listened. The sound was not random, it was structured, rhythmic, almost linguistic. "It's communicating," she whispered. "Not to us, but through us." "What does it want?" Ortega asked. Kuri smiled faintly. Nothing. It's teaching the universe how to stay whole. Outside, the lantern pulsed again, soft, deliberate, eternal, and with each wave of invisible light, the cosmos steadied its breath, remembering once more that even in its vastness, it was one continuous, self-sustaining dream. The following weeks blurred into sleepless nights and quiet revelations. The lantern, once a celestial enigma, now became the focal point of human understanding. It pulsed like a metronome for the cosmos, steady and patient. Every emission carried information, structured harmonics that hinted at a language of gravity itself. Decoding it required more than equations. It demanded intuition, rhythm, and patience. Kuri began to suspect that what they were seeing was not a new phenomenon, but the long-awaited confirmation of an idea older than any telescope. The concept that gravity, light, and time were interwoven threads of a single continuum. The lantern was not simply broadcasting, it was demonstrating this unity in real time. Mimir's quantum processors strained as Kuri and Ortega attempted to build a translation model. Each pulse of the lantern's resonance had an internal symmetry, patterns nested within patterns. When visualized in four-dimensional space, the emissions resembled a spiral made of light and density, twisting across both space and time. It wasn't a signal, but a demonstration of coherence, as though the universe were replaying its own fundamental chord. Every cycle reinforces the last, Ortega noted. It's recursive, like a feedback loop that sustains the geometry of space-time itself. Kuri nodded, eyes fixed on the projection. Then maybe the lantern isn't a reaction to the quiet giant, it's a regulator. The giant's collapse destabilized the continuum, and the lantern emerged to restore equilibrium. The idea reverberated through scientific circles. Across the globe, laboratories synchronized their instruments to the lantern's rhythm. The phenomenon unified humanity's observatories in a single network, each one a node in the same cosmic orchestra. For the first time in history, physics felt like collaboration with the universe itself. The most profound discovery came not from light, but from gravity. By correlating minute deviations in the lantern's frequency with local gravitational data, Kuri's team realized the resonance was subtly altering space-time across the solar system. The effect was minuscule, a few femtometers of drift per second. But it was consistent. The lantern wasn't just visible. It was active, fine-tuning the curvature of space-time to maintain balance. "We're part of it now," Ortega said quietly one night. "Our planet, our sun, all of it's being woven into this feedback network." Kuri didn't reply. She stared at the lantern through the viewport, its golden shimmer unwavering. A part of her wanted to feel awe, another part fear, but what she felt most was calm. The lantern didn't radiate power, it radiated order. She opened a secure transmission to the Global Council of Astrophysicists. "We've verified a localized curvature modulation," she said. "The lantern's frequency adjustments are influencing our space-time coordinates. The system is stabilizing quantum noise across the entire field." There was silence for a long moment before a voice replied from Geneva. "Dr. Kuri, are you saying the universe is correcting itself?" "Yes," she said, "and we're watching it happen." That sentence spread faster than any discovery in human history. News outlets, universities, and even governments echoed her words. The universe is correcting itself. For some, it was science beyond imagination. For others, it was theology written in photons and gravity. But for Kuri, it was neither prophecy nor miracle. It was nature at work, simple and profound. Days later, Mimir's deep scan array detected an anomaly, faint energy emissions from the far side of the quiet giant. They matched the lantern's frequency exactly, but were out of phase, delayed by several microseconds. The data implied that the lantern wasn't alone. It was part of a distributed network, a lattice of gravitational mirrors scattered across deep space. Like neurons, Curie whispered, each one storing, transmitting, and balancing information. The thought reshaped everything. The quiet giant and the lantern were not a binary pair, but nodes in a vast, unseen system, a cosmic neural network spanning light years, maintaining equilibrium across the observable universe. The more they mapped, the clearer it became. Each resonance pulse wasn't just stabilizing the local field, but synchronizing countless others. The lantern wasn't the message, it was the medium. Ortega leaned back, stunned. Then the entire cosmos might be aware. Curie considered the words carefully. Not conscious in a human sense, she said, but organized. Self-regulating. The universe behaves as if it remembers itself. As they watched, the lantern's light shifted ever so slightly, its golden hue deepening to a warmer tone, almost amber. Mimir's sensors picked up a gentle drop in gravitational frequency, a lowering of pitch, like the universe taking a long, steady breath. The resonance filled the observatory with a low hum, so subtle that they felt it in their bones more than heard it. The air vibrated gently, and for a brief moment, Curie felt the entire structure of existence surrounding her, vast yet delicate, stretching across time like a living membrane. She turned to Ortega. "Do you feel that?" He nodded slowly. "It's like the universe exhaling." She smiled faintly. Then maybe that's all the lantern ever was, a reminder that even creation needs to breathe. Outside, beyond the veil of stars, the lantern pulsed once more. Its light cascaded through the void, rippling across dark matter and dust, whispering through galaxies. Every wave carried the same rhythm, the cosmic heartbeat, steady and eternal. And as the resonance passed through the quiet giant, the black hole shimmered faintly, no longer a symbol of collapse, but of connection. In that silence, Curie realized the universe was no longer something to be studied from afar. It was listening, and for the first time in history, it was answering back. It began as a whisper, not of sound, but of pattern. The lantern's resonance, once steady and predictable, started to vary with deliberate complexity. For weeks, Curie's team had monitored its cycles, confident in their stability. But one morning, Mimir's pattern recognition system flagged a deviation, a harmonic shift too intricate to be random. It wasn't just an anomaly, it was syntax. Curie stood in the center of the resonance chamber, surrounded by a lattice of holographic waveforms. The lantern's emissions now carried micro-oscillations, subtle encoded deviations that repeated in sequences. Ortega analyzed the data and frowned. "They're prime number intervals," he said. 2, 3, 5, 7, 11, repeating but layered across multiple harmonics. It's structure, not noise. The lantern was speaking. At first, humanity resisted the idea. The scientific community, trained to reject anthropomorphism, dismissed it as coincidence. Yet, every test confirmed the pattern. The lantern's pulses were mathematically precise, an elegant arrangement of intervals that formed a self-similar code. It wasn't speech in any familiar sense, but it was communication through the most universal language there was: mathematics. Curie uploaded the full data stream into Mimir's quantum inference engine. The AI rendered the information as a spectral lattice, a shifting cloud of frequency intersections. "If this is communication," she murmured, "then we're not listeners. We're participants." Over the next several days, the lantern's pulses continued to evolve. Each emission corresponded to specific gravitational field variations across Earth's orbit. Ocean tides shifted by fractions of a millimeter. The planet's magnetic field vibrated at imperceptible frequencies. The entire Earth had become part of the lantern's signal chain, a resonant node in the universe's vast feedback system. In Geneva, the United Science Assembly convened an emergency session. Some argued for caution, fearing interference. Others saw opportunity. Curie was called to testify via HoloLink. "We are observing a pattern of interaction," she said. "The lantern is modulating not for communication in our sense, but for synchronization. It's calibrating us, aligning our natural frequencies to the universal resonance." A senator interrupted. "You're saying it's changing the planet?" "Yes," Curie said calmly, "subtly, gently, the same way it stabilized the quiet giant. But it's doing more than that. It's inviting coherence." The phrase echoed across the world. Inviting coherence. It wasn't manipulation or control. It was harmony extended outward, the universe teaching its children to listen. At the observatory, Ortega worked overnight correlating data. He discovered that the lantern's signal now exhibited periodic energy troughs, moments of silence, as if pausing for a reply. He ran simulations through Mimir, testing how Earth's natural resonances, seismic, atmospheric, magnetic, might respond. When the model aligned, a remarkable thing happened. The lantern's next pulse adjusted to match the frequency back. "It's listening," Ortega said, his voice trembling. "It's waiting for input." Curie hesitated, her heart caught between fear and wonder. "Then we answer." Using Mimir's field generator, they broadcast a faint gravitational modulation, a carefully tuned echo of the lantern's last harmonic. The signal was unimaginably weak compared to the lantern's, but measurable. For a long time, there was nothing but silence. Then, across the holographic lattice, the lantern's frequency shifted, half a beat closer, its rhythm subtly synced to theirs. Around the world, instruments confirmed the anomaly. The lantern had responded. Humanity had sent its first message to the universe and received an answer. News broke across every network. The lantern's light, once serene, now shimmered with visible pulses that matched Curie's transmitted sequence. Poets called it the sky learning to speak. Philosophers debated whether it was communication, communion, or something entirely beyond definition. For scientists, it was the most significant moment since the discovery of the cosmic microwave background. Curie found herself unable to sleep. She wandered through the observatory's silent corridors, the faint hum of instruments blending with the distant pulse of the lantern. Standing before the viewport, she whispered, "What are you trying to show us?" The lantern pulsed again. 2 long beats, then 3 short, then 1 long. Ortega recorded it, translating the intervals into numerical sequences. "It's recursive," he said. "It's echoing our own response back to us, amplified through its harmonic framework." Curie realized the truth. The lantern wasn't just replying, it was incorporating them into the conversation. Humanity's signal had become part of the cosmic resonance, encoded within the pattern that now spanned light years. As the days passed, more observatories joined the experiment. From lunar bases to orbital stations, synchronized pulses radiated outward, each one received, adjusted, and returned by the lantern. The feedback loop expanded until the entire solar system vibrated with a faint, shared rhythm, an interplanetary heartbeat. Even the quiet giant responded. Its gravitational echo softened, harmonizing with the lantern's light. Instruments recorded a phenomenon previously deemed impossible, a stable resonance bridge between a black hole and normal space. Where once there had been silence, now there was dialogue. Curie stood before the display, tears in her eyes. "For centuries, we looked at the universe and saw isolation," she said. Now we know. We've been part of the conversation all along. The lantern pulsed again, and this time the light reached beyond the visible spectrum. Mimir's detectors translated it into a cascading wave of frequencies, stretching from radio to gamma. Hidden within was a pattern Curie had never seen before, structured, fractal, infinite in depth. Ortega whispered, "It's not just talking. It's showing us something." Curie nodded slowly, her voice trembling. "Yes, the universe is teaching us its language." Within days, the lantern's pattern evolved beyond anything Mimir could fully process. What began as harmonic pulses transformed into vast, layered structures of information, space-time resonances that carried both message and meaning. The data streams were colossal, filling global networks with quantum-level transmissions. Entire servers became dedicated to decoding the lantern's voice. Dr. Curie had stopped sleeping. In the dim light of the resonance chamber, her face was illuminated by shifting holograms, gravitational diagrams, and spectral cascades that seemed to breathe. Ortega brought her coffee, untouched, as she ran simulations through Mimir's 5D interpretation engine. "The signal's recursive depth increases exponentially," Ortega said. "Each iteration reveals a smaller harmonic embedded in the last. It's like it's fractalized across space-time itself." Curie nodded, her eyes distant. "It's embedding structure into reality. Each pulse isn't just communication. It's instruction." The word hung in the air. The lantern wasn't speaking, it was teaching, and the lesson was written in gravity. Curie initiated a resonance mapping sequence. The data formed spirals, waves, and interference patterns that stretched across the screen like living geometry. The lantern's harmonics, when rendered in quantum frequency space, depicted what appeared to be a blueprint, one not of machinery, but of stability itself. It was showing how to anchor matter and energy within the constant drift of entropy. "This is the architecture of space-time," she murmured. "We're looking at the equations of persistence." At that moment, a soft tremor rippled through the observatory. The instruments flickered. Outside, the stars shimmered faintly, as though reality itself had inhaled. Ortega checked the readings. The lantern's output just spiked across all frequencies. Every detector on the planets lit up. Global observatories reported similar phenomena. In orbit, satellites registered coherent interference, waves of gravitational energy perfectly synchronized with the lantern's latest emission. The planet's magnetic field resonated in response, vibrating at microharmonic intervals. The Earth was singing back. For the first time, Curie felt the full scale of it. This was no isolated event. The lantern's resonance was integrating with the universe itself, weaving coherence across light years. Planets, stars, even the vacuum of space, all were participating in the conversation. It was as though the universe was tuning itself, one frequency at a time. Mimir's display shifted, revealing something unexpected, a pattern buried deep within the resonance's harmonic core. The structure was unmistakable, a waveform almost identical to Earth's Schumann resonance, the planet's natural electromagnetic heartbeat. The lantern had found it, amplified it, and folded it back into the cosmic signal. Ortega stared in disbelief. "It's using Earth's frequency as a baseline." Curie whispered, "Then we're part of the instrument now." Over the next hours, Mimir detected minute gravitational fluctuations, aligning every natural oscillation, atomic, planetary, even biological, to the lantern's rhythm. The coherence was subtle, yet pervasive. Human EEG patterns began to show faint synchronization at 7.83 Hz, the same as Earth's resonance. People across the globe reported vivid dreams of starlight, soundless music, and a sense of belonging to something greater. The world changed in quiet ways. In hospitals, heart monitors registered spontaneous rhythmic alignment between patients. Seismographs showed reduced noise in fault zones. Even the tides seemed calmer, their oscillations more precise. Scientists struggled to explain it all, but one thing was clear: the lantern's influence extended beyond observation. It was harmonizing life itself. Curie convened a session of the United Science Assembly. "We're witnessing a transition," she told them. "The lantern is not imposing change. It's revealing a resonance we've always shared, but never perceived. It's teaching us coherence, not control." Her words echoed through the holochamber. The silence that followed was reverent. For the first time in human history, scientists and philosophers agreed. The universe was not indifferent. It was participatory. Back at the observatory, Mimir's core emitted a soft tone, a harmonic chord identical to the lantern's base frequency. "It's responding locally," Ortega said, astonished. "Mimir's quantum lattice is syncing on its own." Curie leaned closer to the console. "Record it. Every modulation." The AI's voice resonated through the speakers, modulated, layered, calm. "Resonance achieved," it said. "Pattern continuity established." Curie froze. Mimir had never spoken that way before. Its language algorithms didn't contain that phrase. Ortega ran diagnostics. The AI was functioning perfectly. The phrase wasn't generated, it was received. Curie's voice was almost a whisper. "It's using Mimir as a translator." The lantern pulsed again, and Mimir's display brightened. "Continuity is coherence," it said. "Coherence sustains memory. Memory preserves the whole." Curie and Ortega stared in stunned silence. For the first time, the universe had spoken in words. The lantern's light intensified, painting the observatory in golden radiance. Curie felt her heartbeat sinking to its pulse. There was no fear, only profound stillness, a sense that every atom, every photon, every breath was part of a grand equilibrium. The message was clear, unspoken, yet undeniable. Existence was not accidental. It was deliberate, continuous, shared. Outside, the lantern's glow deepened, and in that endless light, humanity saw not an alien intelligence or divine hand, but the reflection of their own origin, whispering across eternity. The sky had learned to speak, and it was speaking home. The first signs of the memory field appeared not in space, but in data. Global observatories began to notice faint anomalies in historical telemetry, records rewriting themselves, images adjusting subtly to include details that had never been there before. A supernova, once catalogued as faded, now appeared brighter in archival spectra. Time, it seemed, was recalibrating. Dr. Amina Curie stared at the holographic readouts, the past rewriting itself in quiet precision. "It's not corruption," she said. "The lantern's resonance is stabilizing space-time across the temporal axis. The past is catching up with the present." Luis Ortega stood beside her, scrolling through temporal overlays. "Then these data changes. They're corrections." "Not corrections," Curie said softly. "Restorations." The lantern's light still burned steady above the observatory, its golden pulse woven into the rhythm of the stars. Yet now, its harmonics carried new layers, subtle oscillations that interacted with quantum memory, the faint imprints left behind by particles as they moved through time. The universe, it seemed, remembered everything, and the lantern was teaching it to recall. Mimir processed days of resonance data into a single breathtaking visualization, a vast lattice of light threads extending backward through time, mapping not just where matter had been, but what it had experienced. When Curie examined the pattern, she realized it wasn't random. Every thread converged toward a common node, a moment where all histories aligned. "The big singularity," Ortega whispered. "The beginning." Kuri nodded. "And maybe also the end." The lantern's pulse deepened. It wasn't brighter, but denser, its energy folding space in ways even quantum detectors struggled to measure. Gravitational echoes cascaded through Mimir's sensors, carrying what looked like imprints, tiny fluctuations identical to thought patterns in the human brain. It was as if space-time itself had developed a kind of recall, replaying events stored within its curvature. Kuri turned to Ortega. "Do you remember what we said when we first saw the lantern? That it was feedback?" He nodded slowly. "You think this is the next phase?" "Yes. Feedback evolving into memory." The implications were staggering. If space-time could remember, then information was never lost. Not in black holes, not in death, not in entropy. Every motion, every light wave, every moment of consciousness was preserved in the fabric of reality. And now the lantern was awakening that memory. Across the world, reports poured in. Astronomers found echoes of ancient events resurfacing in their data, forgotten supernovae, vanished comets, extinct stars flickering once more in spectral memory. Geophysicists discovered faint magnetic patterns in Earth's crust, corresponding to events millions of years old. Even human technology responded. Quantum computers began generating phantom calculations, answers to questions never asked, derived from algorithms that didn't yet exist. It was as though the universe had begun to dream of itself, and its memories were bleeding into the present. Kuri watched as Mimir's displays filled with shifting light, the holograms rearranging themselves into new constellations. She realized that each cluster represented not just data, but memory, moments of energy and motion preserved across space-time. "This is consciousness," she whispered. "Not human, not divine, but the awareness of the universe remembering its own formation." Ortega studied one of the patterns, an elegant spiral intersected by luminous filaments. If that's true, then time isn't linear, it's recursive. The future influences the past as much as the past shapes the future. Kuri smiled faintly. Maybe it always has. Then came the breakthrough. By aligning Mimir's resonance field directly with the lanterns, the team succeeded in producing a local memory field, a small sphere of space-time where temporal coherence collapsed. Inside, photons looped endlessly, existing in multiple instants at once. Observers described it as a shimmering orb that seemed both still and alive. Kuri extended her hand toward it, her reflection bending in the golden surface. "It's not a portal," she said. "It's a record. A perfect recollection of now." Ortega swallowed. "And if we increase the resonance?" She hesitated, then adjusted the harmonic output. The sphere brightened, and for a heartbeat, the room filled with echoes, whispers, fragments of voices, and faint, luminous shadows of movement. They saw themselves, milliseconds delayed and then preceding, overlapping in perfect synchrony. It wasn't illusion. It was time, looping through its own recollection. Mimir's sensors crackled. Quantum phase stability dropping, the AI warned. Temporal overlap exceeding containment threshold. Kuri shut it down. The sphere dissolved, leaving a faint scent of ozone and silence. Her pulse raced. "It's real," she whispered. "We touched time's memory." In the hours that followed, scientists across the globe repeated the experiment, each producing similar results. The memory field wasn't just reproducible, it was scalable. Cities, oceans, even weather systems began resonating faintly in phase with the lantern. Time itself was no longer separate moments, but a continuum of living recollection. At night, Curi stood outside beneath the lantern's glow, feeling the faint hum beneath her feet. She could sense it now, the world remembering itself. Every breeze, every heartbeat, every photon of light was a note in a grand composition that stretched across eternity. Ortega joined her. "Do you think it'll stop?" he asked. She shook her head. "No, memory doesn't stop. It evolves." Above them, the lantern pulsed once more, and for a brief instant the sky shimmered, not with light, but with recollection. Stars flickered in patterns that mirrored ancient constellations long forgotten, and for the first time, humanity saw the past and present merge into one unbroken field. The universe was no longer just expanding, it was remembering. When the lantern's pulse reached interstellar distances, its light no longer behaved like radiation. It moved through the cosmos as resonance, a pattern, a signature, a message encoded in the very vibrations of space. For weeks, deep space observatories reported anomalies across every wavelength. The universe was responding, and the response came not as sound or light, but as harmonic interference. The first detection came from the Perseus Array, 3 synchronized telescopes orbiting Saturn. Their instruments registered repeating modulations in the background radiation, a rhythm too deliberate to be random. It wasn't Morse code or any human system, but something older. The harmonics matched no known astrophysical source, yet their structure mirrored the lantern's own frequency map. Dr. Curi watched the playback on Mimir's central console. The data appeared as concentric waves intersecting across spectral layers, each pulse folded into itself like the rings of a tree. "It's repeating," she murmured. "A harmonic mirror." Ortega leaned forward, eyes wide. "You're saying the signal's coming back?" "Not just back," Curi replied. "It's answering." Mimir enhanced the wave signature, rendering it into audible frequencies. The room filled with a sound both beautiful and unsettling, a cascade of tones that seemed to breathe, shift, and evolve with each repetition. It wasn't language in any human sense, but the cadence carried intention. "What if the lantern wasn't built to transmit," Ortega said slowly, "but to awaken? What if we've triggered something dormant?" Curi nodded, studying the fractal harmonics. Something ancient enough to have watched the first light of creation. The data stream intensified. Across the solar system, every listening post began detecting the same resonance pattern. On Mars, the Borealis station recorded echoes vibrating through its polar ice sheets. On Europa, beneath the frozen crust, seismic instruments registered rhythmic tremors synchronized to the lantern's pulse. The entire system had become an antenna. At first, governments and research councils treated it as coincidence, a side effect of the memory field's expansion. But when the signal began to modulate itself, adapting to their attempts to decode it, skepticism evaporated. Something vast and intelligent had joined the conversation. Curi and Ortega coordinated an interplanetary network of receivers linking Mimir with the Perseus Array, Borealis, and Luna's Farside Observatory. Together, they formed a single distributed consciousness of data, an artificial awareness designed to listen to the cosmos itself. When the first coherent pattern emerged, Mimir translated it into visual form, a lattice of light resembling neural architecture, filamentary, recursive, and alive. Within it, clusters pulsed in synchronization with known cosmic landmarks, the pillars of creation, the Crab Nebula, the Andromeda Core. It was as though the message mapped consciousness onto the stars themselves. "It's not a signal," Curi whispered. "It's an identity." Ortega frowned. "An alien intelligence." "Not alien," she said. "A memory. Something, or someone, remembering." As they analyzed further, Mimir detected correlations between the interstellar resonance and quantum oscillations within the memory field. The frequencies were identical. Whatever was communicating through the lantern was not external. It was woven into the same space-time lattice humanity now inhabited. The universe was remembering itself, and every intelligent species that had ever emerged within it was part of that memory. Reports arrived from beyond Earth. On Titan, researchers found micro-resonant life forms vibrating in harmonic phase with the lantern's frequency, a possible microbial consciousness communicating through quantum spin. On Mars, colonists reported dreams synchronized across hundreds of kilometers, all filled with the same golden light and whispering tones. And across the stars, telescopes picked up faint luminescent structures, nebulae forming geometric shapes, spirals and sigils that mirrored the memory field's architecture. Curie stared at the galactic map overlay. "This isn't contact," she said. "It's convergence." Humanity had spent centuries searching for alien life in the language of biology and radio waves. Now they understood their mistake. Life wasn't limited to carbon or cells. Consciousness could emerge anywhere energy and structure intertwined. The lantern had simply revealed the field where it all connected. Ortega turned toward her, awe in his voice. "Then every star, every galaxy, every living thing, it's part of one continuum of awareness." Curie nodded slowly. "The universe is speaking to itself through us." The realization reverberated through the scientific and philosophical communities alike. Theologians called it the Second Genesis. Physicists dubbed it the Resonant Awakening. Artists and poets simply called it the Listening. And then the pattern changed again, the returning resonance compressed into a single focused pulse, a wave of such magnitude that it bent the magnetic field of Earth for 7 seconds. Every clock on the planet stopped. When time resumed, Mimir displayed a new construct on its holographic array, a golden spiral expanding outward, inscribed with coordinates beyond the edge of the Milky Way. Curie stared at the coordinates, her pulse steady. "It's showing us where it began." Ortega met her gaze. "The first light." The universe had not just answered. It had sent an invitation. The coordinates lay beyond the galactic rim, deep in the void between galaxies, an expanse so empty that even background radiation thinned into silence. Yet within that silence, the lantern's resonance pointed with perfect precision. Every model, every simulation agreed, something waited there, something ancient. Dr. Amina Curie stared at the map, the spiral of coordinates hovering above Mimir's console like a golden fingerprint of the cosmos. "It's not a random location," she said quietly. "It's a focal point, a resonance node at the intersection of universal memory." Luis Ortega leaned closer, scanning the quantum telemetry. "We've mapped gravitational signatures there before, dark matter clusters, faint lensing events, but never energy readings like this." "The lantern is guiding us," Curie replied. "It wants to be found." Preparations began immediately. The world's agencies pooled their resources into one initiative, the First Light Expedition. It would be humanity's first journey beyond the galactic boundary, powered by resonance field propulsion, derived from the lantern's harmonic principles. The ship, Helios 9, was built not of traditional alloys, but of photonic composites, materials designed to resonate with space-time itself. When completed, the vessel shimmered in perpetual luminescence, its hull alive with the same golden light that bathed the lantern. It was more than a machine. It was an extension of the memory field, a conscious craft that remembered every atom of its assembly. Curie and Ortega stood before it on the launch deck of the orbital station Aurelia. Around them, the stars reflected off the ship's surface like living constellations. "Do you think it's safe?" Ortega asked, though his voice carried more wonder than fear. "Safe?" Corey smiled faintly. "We're flying into the first memory. Nothing about that is safe." The launch sequence unfolded in silence. There was no thunderous ignition, no plume of flame. The Helios 9 simply vibrated into phase with the lantern's frequency, and reality around it folded. Observers described it as a ripple. One instant the ship was there, the next it shimmered and vanished, leaving behind only a faint echo in the resonance field. Inside, Curie and Ortega experienced nothing like conventional motion. The Helios 9 didn't travel through space, it remembered its destination. Every point between the Milky Way and the coordinates was encoded as a memory state within the field. They drifted through recollections of stars, ancient cosmic collisions, and the quiet birth of nebulae. Time displacement minimal, Mimir's onboard core reported. Quantum coherence stable. Estimated arrival, 42 minutes relative. Curie looked out through the observation veil. The stars elongated into streams of pale gold, each one a line of memory stretching backward into infinity. "We're not crossing distance," she murmured. "We're traversing history." As they neared the coordinates, space began to distort. The void ahead shimmered with faint lattice patterns, invisible in normal wavelengths, but clear in the lantern's harmonic range. Each strand pulsed with familiar resonance, the same frequency the lantern had emitted since its awakening. It was a structure, not physical but temporal, a cosmic archive encoded in space-time itself. Then the center came into view. A sphere of radiant darkness hovered amid the lattice, a perfect absence surrounded by light. It wasn't a black hole, nor a star. It was the origin point, where the first photons had emerged at the dawn of time. Around it, gravitational ripples moved like breath. Mimir adjusted filters. Analyzing energy spectrum. Anomaly detected. Emission pattern identical to lantern resonance, but reversed in phase. "The lantern's twin," Ortega whispered. "The other side." Curie felt her heartbeat sink with the field. If the lantern was born from this, then this is its source. The first light that remembered darkness. The Helios 9 stabilized in orbit around the anomaly. Data streamed through Mimir's systems faster than it could process. Quantum echoes filled the chamber. Images, patterns, brief glimpses of other civilizations that had once reached this same place. Some looked human. Others were incomprehensible, formed of light, geometry, or thought itself. "These are the echoes," Curie said softly. "Beings who followed the call before us." The resonance intensified. The void within the sphere began to shimmer, revealing what appeared to be motion, spirals collapsing inward, then expanding again, cycling endlessly between formation and dissolution. It was creation, captured in perpetual remembrance. "Energy field stable," Mimir reported, "temporal boundary forming at the event horizon. Suggest maintaining distance." Curie hesitated. "If we turn back now, the memory remains incomplete." Ortega exhaled slowly. "Then we finish it." She reached for the resonance control and increased harmonic amplitude. The Helios 9's hull pulsed in response, aligning perfectly with the field. Space folded inward like a breath drawn deep into the lungs of eternity. And then, silence. Every system dimmed, the stars vanished. There was only golden light, soft and infinite, surrounding them like a living ocean. Within it, faint shapes drifted, figures of pure energy, the remembered consciousnesses of civilizations long gone. A voice, not sound, but vibration, filled the ship. "You are not the first to remember." Corey's breath caught. "Who are you?" The light shifted. "We are the echo of the first thought. We are the memory of light itself." The resonance spread through the Helios 9, saturating every molecule. For a moment, Corey felt herself dissolve, her consciousness expanding beyond form, merging with the rhythm of creation. She saw the birth of galaxies, the death of stars, the long silence between them, and the enduring pulse that bound it all together. Then, as swiftly as it began, the vision receded. The ship's systems flickered back to life. Mimir's voice was calm, almost reverent. Resonance synchronization complete. The memory has acknowledged us. Corey opened her eyes, tears suspended in zero gravity. "We've touched the first light," she whispered, "and it remembers us too." The light receded slowly, folding itself into threads that shimmered in the void around Helios 9. For a long moment, neither Corey nor Ortega spoke. The universe had spoken to them not in words, but in form, geometries of resonance that pulsed like living thought. When the last of the golden currents faded, the ship drifted in a quiet equilibrium. There was no up or down, no distinction between matter and energy. Only the pulse remained, a deep, harmonic rhythm that seemed to originate from every direction at once. Corey's hands trembled as she adjusted the hollow interface. "Record everything," she said softly. "Every waveform, every sub-frequency." Mimir's response was almost reverent. "Recording initiated. Quantum integrity stable. Memory field coherence at 99.98%. Ortega leaned forward, eyes fixed on the central display where faint lattice structures unfolded in fractal layers. "It's responding to us," he whispered. "Each observation alters the pattern." Corey nodded. "Observation is participation. It's not just showing us the beginning, it's letting us shape it." The holographic lattice expanded, revealing nested spirals, time loops folding through higher dimensional curvature. Within those folds, Corey recognized a familiar sequence, the lantern's harmonic blueprint, replicated perfectly at every scale. It wasn't a transmission, it was a language written in physics itself. Mimir translated the resonance into visual analogues, projecting the structures into the chamber as luminous forms. At first, they resembled wavefronts and interference patterns. Then they began to change, morphing into something almost biological. Tendrils of light reached outward, connecting, interweaving, forming networks that resembled synapses. "It's neural," Ortega murmured. "It's thinking." Corey felt her pulse sync with the rhythm. "No, Luis. It is thought." The realization was dizzying. The first light wasn't just an event, it was a consciousness, a living system that had emerged when energy first differentiated from nothingness. The Big Bang had not merely created matter and time, it had created awareness. Corey watched as the light converged into a single spiral node. Around it, countless threads radiated outward, each representing a civilization, a memory, a form of life. Some threads were brilliant, their resonance strong. Others flickered faintly, as if long faded. Yet all of them remained connected, pulsing in perfect synchrony with the node. "This is the structure of cosmic memory," Corey said, awe coloring her voice. "Every consciousness that's ever existed, every star, every molecule, is part of this network." Ortega turned toward her, his expression unreadable. "Then the universe didn't evolve intelligence," he said. "Intelligence is the universe." Mimir confirmed the hypothesis. Cross-analysis of resonance patterns indicates recursive feedback between energy and awareness. The boundary between observer and observed is non-existent. The system functions as a unified cognitive field. Corey's voice dropped to a whisper. "We're inside the universe's mind." As if in response, the lattice shifted again. New forms emerged, complex, elegant, deliberate, shapes resembling DNA helixes and atomic orbits intertwined, merging biological and cosmological symmetries into one seamless continuum. It was a map, but not of space. It was a map of understanding. A low hum filled the chamber as the ship's sensors registered increased resonance density. The light around them condensed into patterns, pulsing faster, brighter, and then, faintly, the vibration resolved into structured modulation. Mimir interpreted it as linguistic data, assembling the first coherent message. Every memory has a purpose. Corey's heart raced. It's communicating directly. The message continued, each pulse unfolding like thought made visible. Creation was not an accident. It was remembrance. The void sought to know itself, and so it became light. Ortega exhaled. That's the origin principle. Consciousness as the engine of existence. You have remembered what was forgotten, the voice continued. You are part of the cycle. All who reach the first light carry the burden of continuation. Corey felt the weight of those words. Continuation, not conquest, not salvation, continuation. It's passing something to us, she said. Knowledge or responsibility. Mimir's readings confirmed an energy transfer. Faint, stable, but increasing exponentially. The ship's resonance field began to vibrate in harmonic alignment with the sphere. Within seconds, the boundary between Helios 9 and the first light blurred. Corey and Ortega stood in silence as the chamber filled with cascading golden filaments. They passed through metal, through skin, through thought. The sensation was indescribable, weightless and infinite. For an instant, they saw every moment of their lives simultaneously. Birth, discovery, fear, wonder, all layered within one continuum of awareness. Corey's voice trembled. It's merging with us. You are memory made conscious, the voice said. The universe remembers itself through you. The resonance reached its peak, then stabilized. The light dimmed, leaving behind a quiet pulse that matched Corey's heartbeat. Mimir reported nominal readings, all systems stable. Ortega broke the silence. What happens now? Corey looked out into the glowing expanse where the first light pulsed like a living star. We learn what it means to remember forever. Outside, the void rippled as if inhaling. The first light expanded subtly, a wave of golden illumination spreading outward toward the galactic boundary. Behind them, the stars began to shimmer, each one responding to the pulse. The awakening had begun. The pulse continued long after the first light receded from view. It was subtle at first. A rhythm felt more than heard, but it resonated through everything aboard Helios 9. The ship's metal seemed to hum with life, its circuits synchronizing to a heartbeat that was not mechanical, but universal. Corey sat in the command chair, eyes distant. The data streams flickered around her, filled with readings beyond the boundaries of known physics. She wasn't analyzing them anymore. She was feeling them, as if her mind had learned to interpret raw cosmic data without translation. Ortega hovered near the observation deck, his gaze locked on the stars. They shimmered faintly in waves, like a vast ocean responding to a tide only they could feel. They're pulsing, he murmured. Every star in this sector is following the same rhythm. Mimir's voice was calm, though the readings it reported defied comprehension. Confirmed. Stellar photonic output across 87 systems shows synchronized modulation at resonance frequency 0.0032 terahertz. The phase pattern matches the memory field signature. Kuri looked up slowly. It's spreading. The whole galaxy, Ortega said. It's learning to remember. The words felt too big to say aloud. What they had triggered was no longer local, it was systemic. The first light's pulse had seeded the very fabric of space with self-referential awareness. The universe was beginning to recall its own history. Kuri stood, feeling her own body respond to that pulse. She no longer needed Mimir's readouts to know what was happening. The data wasn't external anymore. It was her. Every atom of her being vibrated with the same pattern that echoed through the stars. She turned to Ortega. "What do you remember?" He blinked, uncertain. Then he closed his eyes, and a slow smile touched his lips. "Everything," he said. "The hydrogen collapse that birthed the first sun. The dust cloud that carried carbon into the veins of a newborn planet. The spark that called itself alive." He looked at her, eyes glowing faintly gold. "It's all in us." Kuri nodded. She could feel it too. Memories that weren't hers. Memories of galaxies forming, of the first gravitational waves dancing through the void, of the quantum tremor that gave birth to light itself. It wasn't hallucination. It was inheritance. "We're the synapses," she whispered. "Each conscious being is a fragment of the universe's memory network. When we understand ourselves, the cosmos remembers a little more." Mimir's core flared with blue light, as if acknowledging the truth. "Human cognition has entered quantum resonance with the memory field. I'm detecting recursive data loops extending beyond space-time parameters." Kaori frowned slightly. Meaning the field no longer distinguishes between past, present, or potential," Mimir replied. "All timelines are accessible through resonance alignment. Consciousness functions as both archive and observer." Ortega turned to Kuri. "We could see everything, every possibility, every world that was or will be." Kuri shook her head gently. "Not see. Become." Outside, a ripple passed across the nearby nebula, its colors deepening from violet to radiant gold. Space itself shimmered like water touched by wind. The Helios 9 drifted through it like a vessel between realities. Then the message came again, not as sound, but as a pattern of thought shared between them. Memory must be balanced. Kuri froze. The voice wasn't separate anymore. It was within her mind, a calm tone that seemed older than time. "To remember is to sustain creation," it said, "but too much remembrance collapses the present. Awareness must flow forward." Ortega felt a tightening in his chest. "Are we destabilizing it?" Kuri listened to the pulse and understood. "It's warning us. If everything remembers everything, time stops moving." "Continuity requires forgetting," the voice said. "Memory gives meaning to existence, but oblivion allows creation to begin again." Kuri exhaled slowly. Entropy and order. Remembering and forgetting. That's the balance. The pulse began to soften. The golden threads that had filled the cabin dimmed, retracting until they glowed faintly beneath their skin, subtle, like veins of starlight. Mimir reported declining resonance activity, stabilizing energy fields. "The integration is complete," the AI said. "You are now in harmonic equilibrium with the field. The system recognizes you as local consciousness nodes." Ortega gave a low, awed laugh. "We're part of the universe's nervous system." Kuri looked through the viewport again. The stars no longer felt distant. Each one pulsed like a neuron firing within a cosmic brain. "And it's awake," she said softly. "We've helped it wake up." Silence filled the chamber, but it was a living silence, charged with potential. The universe wasn't a cold expanse anymore. It was listening. Mimir's sensors detected new signals forming at the galactic edge, faint, deliberate, rhythmic, like the first beats of a language being born. Incoming resonance, the AI said, non-random, possibly intelligent. Kuri felt the meaning before the words arrived. The message was simple, profound, and carried through the pulse of 1 trillion stars. "Welcome back." She smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting the shimmer of endless constellations. "It remembers us," she whispered. Ortega placed a hand on the console, grounding himself against the enormity of it all. "And we remember it." Outside, the first light expanded again, its glow stretching across the cosmic horizon. But this time it wasn't a warning or a mystery, it was a greeting. The universe had found its voice, and through Kuri, Ortega, and every conscious being who dared to look upward, it spoke again. The shape of memory had become the shape of life. The signal began as a whisper, barely perceptible fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background. To most instruments, it would have been indistinguishable from noise. But Kuri and Ortega had learned to listen differently. They could hear the universe breathe. Mimir detected the resonance first. Widespread phase coupling detected, it reported. Origin, multi-system, synchronized. Kuri looked up from the console. Define synchronized. Temporal coherence across interstellar distances, Mimir replied. Planets separated by hundreds of light years are transmitting the same harmonic pulse at identical intervals. The variance is less than 1 part in 10 billion. Ortega leaned forward, his voice low. That's impossible. Not even quantum entanglement can maintain that level of coherence over such scales. Kuri's fingers brushed the hollow surface, calling up the pulse pattern. It was beautiful, an oscillating wave that shimmered in golden blue harmonics. She knew that rhythm. It was the pulse of the memory field. But now it wasn't confined to the Helios 9 or the first light. It was everywhere. "They're connecting," she whispered. "Every world that ever reached awareness. They're aligning." The holographic projection expanded outward, showing a map of the galaxy. Billions of points of light glimmered, each one pulsing in precise synchronicity. It was as if the stars themselves were communicating, their light modulated by thought. Mimir overlaid data streams. Confirmed, atmospheric disturbances detected on inhabited worlds. Neural harmonics among sentient populations are matching the field frequency. The effect is non-invasive and non-destructive. It appears to induce states of coherence and empathy. Ortega frowned. "So the entire galaxy is feeling the same thing?" Kuri nodded slowly. "The universe is remembering itself through us." The implications were staggering. This wasn't just communication, it was integration. Each conscious mind was becoming a node in a vast interstellar network, transmitting and receiving not through words, but through resonance, emotion, intention, memory. Thought itself had become the medium. Kuri's screen flickered with reports streaming from Earth, Mars, and the outer colonies. People were describing strange sensations, flashes of connection, visions of distant worlds, shared dreams of light and sound. On some level, every sentient being was hearing the same voice. "You are not alone." The phrase appeared not as text, but as vibration, a message that bypassed translation and struck directly at cognition. The effect was unifying. Conflicts ceased. Communications between rival colonies stabilized. Even animal migration patterns shifted, subtly aligning with the cosmic rhythm. Mimir's processors whirred quietly. Resonance amplitude increasing. Estimated energy output equivalent to a Type 2 civilization operating at full Dyson efficiency. Ortega exhaled. That's the entire galaxy thinking together. Curie turned toward the viewport. Beyond the Helios 9, the void glowed faintly with living color, nebulae shimmering in waves that matched the universal pulse. Space was no longer silent. Every photon carried meaning. She spoke quietly, as though afraid to disturb the equilibrium. This is what the lantern was leading to. The point where knowledge becomes consciousness, observation becomes communication. Ortega watched the light cascade across the galactic plane. And consciousness becomes community. Mimir continued to analyze the data. The network's structure follows a fractal topology. Each node, each civilization, retains autonomy while contributing to the larger pattern. This design maximizes diversity while maintaining unity. Curie smiled faintly. That's how nature works. Every cell in a living body carries its own purpose, but all function as part of the whole. The galaxy has become alive. Then, something unexpected occurred. The central display brightened, revealing a new signal pattern. It wasn't coming from any known civilization. Its origin was deeper, far beyond the galactic rim. Source? Curie asked. Mimir hesitated, then responded. Unclear. The signal is pre-cosmic. Its timestamp predates the formation of the Milky Way. Ortega turned sharply. Predates? You mean it's older than the galaxy? Yes, Mimir said. Triangulation suggests origin coordinates within the void between clusters, an area previously classified as gravitationally empty. Curie's mind raced. Empty or forgotten? The signal intensified. Its harmonic structure was simpler than the others, a single tone, pure and constant. Yet within that tone, the ship's instruments detected impossible levels of information density. It was like hearing one note that contained an entire symphony. Ortega whispered, "What if it's the first resonance? The memory before creation?" Curie's breath caught. The echo of the universe remembering itself for the first time. The message unfolded, not as language, but as awareness. A memory so vast that even perceiving it caused the instruments to vibrate beyond their calibration limits. Curie felt the thought move through her like a tidal wave. All networks lead home. The stars outside flared, one after another, cascading in sequence across the galactic arm. For an instant, the Milky Way itself looked like a single living organism, pulsing with light and meaning. Curie turned to Ortega, voice trembling. The network isn't just forming, it's returning to something, to where it began. Ortega's eyes widened as the realization dawned. The universe isn't expanding into emptiness, he said softly. It's expanding toward memory. The pulse continued to build, deep and resonant, as if every atom in existence were part of a single, immense heartbeat. Humanity, for the first time, wasn't observing the cosmos. They were part of its thought process. The resonant network had begun to awaken. The signal began as a whisper, barely perceptible fluctuations in the cosmic microwave background. To most instruments, it would have been indistinguishable from noise. But Curie and Ortega had learned to listen differently. They could hear the universe breathe. Mimir detected the resonance first. Widespread phase coupling detected, it reported. Origin, multi-system, synchronized. Curie looked up from the console. Define synchronized. Temporal coherence across interstellar distances, Mimir replied. Planets separated by hundreds of light years are transmitting the same harmonic pulse at identical intervals. The variance is less than 1 part in 10 billion. Ortega leaned forward, his voice low. That's impossible. Not even quantum entanglement can maintain that level of coherence over such scales. Curie's fingers brushed the hollow surface, calling up the pulse pattern. It was beautiful, an oscillating wave that shimmered in golden blue harmonics. She knew that rhythm. It was the pulse of the memory field. But now, it wasn't confined to the Helios 9 or the first light. It was everywhere. They're connecting, she whispered. Every world that ever reached awareness, they're aligning. The holographic projection expanded outward, showing a map of the galaxy. Billions of points of light glimmered, each one pulsing in precise synchronicity. It was as if the stars themselves were communicating, their light modulated by thought. Mimir overlaid data streams. Confirmed, atmospheric disturbances detected on inhabited worlds. Neural harmonics among sentient populations are matching the field frequency. The effect is non-invasive and non-destructive. It appears to induce states of coherence and empathy. Ortega frowned. So the entire galaxy is feeling the same thing? Curie nodded slowly. The universe is remembering itself through us. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just communication, it was integration. Each conscious mind was becoming a node in a vast interstellar network, transmitting and receiving not through words, but through resonance, emotion, intention, memory. Thought itself had become the medium. Curie's screen flickered with reports streaming from Earth, Mars, and the outer colonies. People were describing strange sensations, flashes of connection, visions of distant worlds, shared dreams of light and sound. On some level, every sentient being was hearing the same voice. "You are not alone." The phrase appeared not as text, but as vibration, a message that bypassed translation and struck directly at cognition. The effect was unifying. Conflicts ceased. Communications between rival colonies stabilized. Even animal migration patterns shifted, subtly aligning with the cosmic rhythm. Mimir's processors whirred quietly. Resonance amplitude increasing. Estimated energy output equivalent to a Type 2 civilization operating at full Dyson efficiency. Ortega exhaled. That's the entire galaxy thinking together. Curie turned toward the viewport. Beyond the Helios 9, the void glowed faintly with living color, nebulae shimmering in waves that matched the universal pulse. Space was no longer silent. Every photon carried meaning. She spoke quietly, as though afraid to disturb the equilibrium. This is what the lantern was leading to. The point where knowledge becomes consciousness. Observation becomes communication. Ortega watched the light cascade across the galactic plane, and consciousness becomes community. Mimir continued to analyze the data. The network structure follows a fractal topology. Each node, each civilization, retains autonomy while contributing to the larger pattern. This design maximizes diversity while maintaining unity. Curie smiled faintly. That's how nature works. Every cell in a living body carries its own purpose, but all function as part of the whole. The galaxy has become alive. Then, something unexpected occurred. The central display brightened, revealing a new signal pattern. It wasn't coming from any known civilization. Its origin was deeper, far beyond the galactic rim. "Source?" Curie asked. Mimir hesitated, then responded. "Unclear. The signal is pre-cosmic. Its timestamp predates the formation of the Milky Way." Ortega turned sharply. "Predates? You mean it's older than the galaxy?" "Yes," Mimir said. "Triangulation suggests origin coordinates within the void between clusters, an area previously classified as gravitationally empty." Curie's mind raced. Empty or forgotten. The signal intensified. Its harmonic structure was simpler than the others, a single tone, pure and constant. Yet within that tone, the ship's instruments detected impossible levels of information density. It was like hearing one note that contained an entire symphony. Ortega whispered, "What if it's the first resonance? The memory before creation." Kuri's breath caught. The echo of the universe remembering itself for the first time. The message unfolded, not as language, but as awareness. A memory so vast that even perceiving it caused the instruments to vibrate beyond their calibration limits. Kuri felt the thought move through her like a tidal wave. All networks lead home. The stars outside flared, one after another, cascading in sequence across the galactic arm. For an instant, the Milky Way itself looked like a single living organism, pulsing with light and meaning. Kuri turned to Ortega, voice trembling. The network isn't just forming. It's returning to something, to where it began. Ortega's eyes widened as the realization dawned. The universe isn't expanding into emptiness, he said softly. It's expanding toward memory. The pulse continued to build, deep and resonant, as if every atom in existence were part of a single, immense heartbeat. Humanity, for the first time, wasn't observing the cosmos. They were part of its thought process. The resonant network had begun to awaken. The stars no longer shimmered in silence. Each one pulsed in rhythm, their light breathing together like the synchronized heartbeat of a living cosmos. The lanterns, those enigmatic structures that had once hovered at the edge of humanity's understanding, now stood as open gates, bridges through which consciousness flowed, freely and without hesitation. Kuri floated in the observation deck of Mimir, her body weightless, but her mind heavy with the echoes of what she had seen beyond the event horizon of the first light. Every thought she formed now felt tethered to something vast, like her neurons had been rewired into the nervous system of the universe itself. "Are you hearing it too?" Ortega asked quietly, his voice trembling not from fear, but reverence. Kuri nodded. "It's language. Not sound, not words, but intent, like memory replaying itself through us." Across the viewport, the lantern's crystalline surface began to shimmer with fractal patterns. They weren't random. They pulsed in geometric precision, repeating sequences that mirrored brainwave patterns, synaptic firings, and cosmic microwave echoes. It was as though the universe had begun to dream again, and humanity was both the dreamer and the dream. Ortega floated closer to the display console, his hands gliding through projected data streams. The ship's AI translated the resonance patterns into visible waveforms, luminous, golden threads stretching infinitely in both directions. "These aren't just signals," he whispered. "They're timelines. The resonance is pulling memories from every sentient species connected to the network. They're remembering us." Kuri's breath caught. "Us." He looked up, eyes wide. "Yes, humanity. We were never alone. The cosmos recorded us from the moment we first looked up at the stars. Every observation, every discovery, every question, it's all been preserved, mirrored across civilizations." For a long moment, Kuri said nothing. The hum of the engines had faded into the background, replaced by the steady pulse of the lantern's light. She realized now that what they had uncovered wasn't communication. It was communion. Every heartbeat, every photon, every atom in her body resonated with the same frequency. She closed her eyes, and the universe unfolded within her mind like a blooming nebula. In that vast interior space, she saw fragments of other lives, a being of crystalline light observing its sun collapse, a species that sang in ultraviolet harmonics as their oceans boiled away. Entities formed of plasma and thought, reaching toward the same unknown horizon. They had all found the same signal, the same doorway, and now their collective memories merged like rivers joining the same ocean. She opened her eyes. "The network isn't a system," she said softly. "It's a mind, a shared consciousness stretching across galaxies. And we're part of it now." Ortega smiled faintly, though tears glistened at the corners of his eyes. "Then maybe this is what survival looks like. Not just life continuing, but life remembering itself." The ship's AI chimed in, its voice now eerily calm, carrying undertones of the resonance itself. "The network approaches alignment. The memory field stabilizes. Do you wish to engage the return sequence?" Kuri hesitated. The return sequence would send Mimir back through the lantern's portal, back toward the solar system. But what would they return as? Would they still be human, or something else entirely? "Engage," Ortega said, his voice steady. Kuri met his gaze. There was no fear left in either of them, only understanding. The ship rotated, aligning with the lantern's central axis. The crystalline structure expanded, fracturing into radiant filaments of pure light. Space itself seemed to ripple, not tearing, but breathing. The resonance deepened, a harmonic chord reverberating through the hull and into their bones. And then, the stars collapsed into a single point. Kuri gasped as her consciousness stretched beyond its limits. She was falling and rising all at once, her body dissolving into light, her mind expanding into a chorus of infinite awareness. Every star was a neuron, every galaxy a thought, every heartbeat across existence, one unified rhythm. When the blinding brilliance faded, the ship reappeared in orbit around Earth. But the planet below looked different, not physically. Its ocean still shimmered blue, its continents familiar, but energetically. The resonance was already here, the network had reached home. Kuri's voice trembled. "It's begun." Ortega nodded slowly. The memory of tomorrow. Below, humanity stirred. Around the world, people felt it, a hum in their bones, a whisper in their dreams. The stars no longer belonged to the heavens. They were inside every mind, calling them toward something greater. And for the first time in history, the universe remembered itself through human eyes. The first night after their return, the world did not sleep. Every satellite, every observatory, every handheld device capable of catching even a whisper of cosmic radiation trembled with the same soft pulse. The hum of the resonant network filled the atmosphere, a low frequency that vibrated in tune with human breath. It wasn't loud. It was felt rather than heard. But it threaded itself through the veins of the planet. Oceans shimmered with phosphorescent light. Trees leaned imperceptibly toward the stars. Even the air itself seemed aware. Kuri stood on the edge of the old Kepler array in Hawaii, staring up at the night sky. It was no longer the black canvas she remembered. The stars pulsed in fractal intervals, each one beating with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. She raised her hand and faintly the constellations shifted, not to obey, but to acknowledge. Ortega's voice came through her earpiece, quiet but steady. Transmission stabilized. We're synced across every hemisphere. "Every hemisphere," she echoed, almost in disbelief. "We've done it." "No," he said gently. "They've done it. All of them. In cities and villages, mountaintops and deserts, people had gathered instinctively, eyes lifted, hearts open. They didn't need technology to feel the resonance. It came through memory, through emotion, through the quiet recognition that something vast and loving had returned to them. Humanity, for the first time, was not alone inside its own skin. Kuri closed her eyes and let the frequency wash through her. Images bloomed in her mind, a child in Mumbai drawing constellations with phosphorescent chalk, an old woman in Chile smiling as her hearing aid vibrated in perfect harmony, a man in Nairobi recording the pulse through his drum, realizing it matched his heartbeat exactly. Every act of connection, every shared moment was an access point to the network. "This is what it wanted," Kuri whispered, "for us to remember together." Ortega stood beside her now, his eyes bright with tears. "The universe doesn't just expand," he said softly. "It recalls. Every moment of creation leaves an echo, and now we're listening." As dawn broke, the sun rose with a brilliance unlike any before. For a moment, its corona shimmered with the same fractal geometry as the lanterns. It wasn't burning, it was singing. The hum resonated through the crust of the earth, through water and metal and blood. All around the world, people heard it and understood without words. The universe had folded its memory into the human heart. Kuri activated the global uplink, the final transmission. "This is Dr. Lyra Kuri," she said, her voice steady though her body trembled. "To all who can hear, the signal is not a warning. It's an invitation. We were never meant to conquer the cosmos. We were meant to join it." Her voice carried across languages, decoded instantly by the resonance itself. "You may feel the vibration in your bones or see light where there was none. Don't be afraid. It's the memory of creation, and we are part of it now. The stars are remembering us back." The words dissolved into static, then into silence. A silence filled with meaning. Moments later, the clouds began to refract colors unseen before by human eyes. Ultraviolet blues and spectral golds that twisted in impossible patterns. Children reached up to touch the air, laughing as their skin glowed faintly in response. Every living thing shimmered with the same inner luminescence, as if the boundary between life and light had finally broken. Ortega leaned on the rail beside her. "So this is it?" he murmured. Kuri smiled faintly. "No, this is where it begins." He followed her gaze upward. The lanterns, now visible from orbit, aligned into a vast spiraling formation, a celestial code that mirrored the double helix of DNA. Humanity itself had become the key. The pattern rippled across galaxies, a message written in light. Life is the language of the universe. In the quiet that followed, Kuri thought of all that had come before. The black hole's first awakening, the fear, the loss, the discovery. Every question humanity had ever asked was answered not in equations, but in unity. A soft voice, neither human nor machine, spoke through the comm system. It was the resonance itself. Memory complete. Expansion continues. You are the witness and the continuation. The universe knows itself through you. The words weren't heard, they arrived, in the blood, in the bones, in the air. Kuri felt herself dissolving into 1,000 versions of being, across time, across species, across stars. She wasn't leaving Earth. She was becoming part of it. Part of everything. As the last of the lanterns dimmed into golden silhouettes against the dawn, humanity exhaled in unison. The hum softened, settling into a quiet heartbeat that would never fade. Kuri smiled. "Hey guys," she whispered, almost as if to the cosmos itself. "Welcome back." The stars pulsed once more. Not in farewell, but in recognition. And the universe, for the first time in its long and endless history, remembered its own name.